Yo, what up? What up, guys? Welcome to the stream. It's me, Futureman Gaming, and we're live in the retro future. Let's make sure we get our encabulations encabulated, our parameters parameterized, and let's make sure the shakes are epics. Dylan's, give me an in the chat if you are in the chat, with an in the chat to signify that you are in the chat. Dylan, roll call. We've got Griff Mac in the chat, Dan Remolino.
Nice moves.
Night of the Moon, 17.5, the Pizza Dude Man, Aggro, Wiz Arcade de Pablo, Planet X1, who was first in the chat with the first Waffle Smacker, Dies, MSP, Hell Jester, Black Epic Jim, Metatos, Cured Salami, Olephenol, FT Nanes, Wude, Toonsy, de Pablo, Futurebot's in here, beep, bop, beep, bop, Futurebot, South Texas Spartan, what's up, Brock Burglar, Smoke, Wolf Tap, Giggle Panda, Lurky Dirk It Up, Cadge Soren's in the chat with the in the chat. Dylan's. We are live in the chat. MF Pierce in the chat. What up, MF Pierce? Yo, everybody. We got Woods 3030 back for 13 months. Prime Gaming Gamer 17.5 with the Prime 38 months. DePablo resubscribing, bringing it back. Welcome back, DePablo. Thank you guys for the resubs. Those are all three Prime Gaming primers. Prime subbers. Prime Dylans. I am excited for tonight's broadcast. We're supposed to have a special guest on tonight. Uncle FMG should be dropping in at some point in time. We're going to be playing Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers on GameCube right here in the Retro Lab using our Retro Lab hardware, which was a gifted sub from Uncle FMG. In anticipation of the Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power TV show that comes out the beginning of September, the game plan is to play this game, play the Return of the King. We're going to play Shadow of War, Shadow of Mordor. I don't know which one came first, but those are supposed to be pretty good Lord of the Rings games. In anticipation of the new show, which we will be watching as a community using Twitch's watch party function. Speaking of watch party, we watched probably the greatest movie ever just to come out and ever made on Friday, called Ninja 3: The Domination. I mean, we knew it was going to be good, but we did not know it was going to be that good. The first 10 minutes, a ninja attacks people on a golf course. I guess because he just was, you know, ninjas and golfers. There's that age-old beef, ninjas and golfers. Wait till you're on. There's a voice that I just keep hearing. It sounds like Uncle FMG, but that couldn't be possible because Uncle FMG isn't here yet. And he's not on the microphone. And if he's not on the microphone, he's not here. And there's no way, there's actually no chance that he would be right off of screen over here. Zero chance of that. But we are anticipating Uncle FMG to drop in at some he's very busy. He's took the time machine out for a couple visits. I don't know, Uncle FMG stuff, encabulating things. Ninja 3 was absolutely epic. It was so damn good. I mean, what other movie can you say has a ninja that gets shot 50 times, doesn't die, and then right before dying, eventually he does die. His soul, his spirit goes into a random woman, and then she, of course, in the next scene is doing jazzercise, as you do, in the 80s in 1984. And of course she then begins exacting revenge and doesn't remember it every single night and is haunted by the same ninja ghost. It's the best movie ever, and we watched it on Friday. It was insane. So yeah, we're going to be doing more watch parties. I'm not sure what we're going to watch this Friday yet, but we will vote on Thursday as to what movie we will be watching. Just like we did last week. This week, we've got Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers on GameCube tonight. We got the Retro Lab podcast tomorrow. And then we'll go from there. Very excited to see you all in the chat. Dylan's, you're looking good. I'd like to direct your attention to right back here. New shelf over here. We've got the Luke Skywalker toy from Uncle FMG. Uncle FMG IFT. We've got the Star Wars trilogy, the original. The troll on top, an original Nintendo box. A Nintendo, a PlayStation 1, Nintendo games, a Blockbuster tape, which I still haven't returned. I can't imagine what the fees are. So we're going to be raising money to cover the fees tonight, guys. All donations go towards covering my Blockbuster fee. Thanks for the contributions. We got PlayStation games. We got a Sega Genesis up there. Kind of tough to see. The This Is Fine dog, FMG Fine. And then we got a Sega Dreamcast box up there as well. So, excited about the new display case back there. Huge upgrades to the Retro Lab. I mean, can we get some Pog Champs in the chat? I mean, is that not PogChamp? $100 million credits in the future. Thank you, Wolftep. The Blockbuster Fee Fund. The BFF. Thanks for being a BFF, alright? Much appreciated. Thank you, Dill. Without further ado, I'm sick of this ado. I'm sick of all this adoing all the time. It's do or die. Never give up, never surrender, always shoot for the stars, shine bright like a diamond, run and never stop running, Forrest Gump. Sylvester Stallone, Rocky. Dylan's, you son of a bitch. I'm proud to present the one, the moment you've all been waiting for. The delightful, the energetic, the enigmatic, the pragmatic, the dogmatic, the Uncle FMG-O-matic, the Uncle FMG 5000, the bringer of nice moves, the purveyor, putting his butt cheeks right in front of the camera. It's Uncle FMG! Oh, yeah!
Oh. By the way, for those of you who may not have noticed, the wrist brace, they've got me pushing too many pencils down at the CIA.
Ladies and gentlemen, Uncle FMG. The CIA's got him pushing too many pencils. This is what can happen, okay? This is what can happen. This is an example of what can happen if you let the CIA keep you pushing too many pencils. The only cure is nice moves. The only cure is smoking beers. The only cure is never stopping, is nerfing games, is encabulating parameters, is epic shakes, is tight buns.
You know, I got caught the first time I tried to do this with you. They saw right through it. I saw right through it. After that break, they're like, wait.
Hold on, nice moves break.
Hashtag merch always.
Freeze frame. Freeze frame. Uncle FMG, it's excellent to have you here in the Retro Lab. Looking good, feeling good, moves are nice.
This is what you look like in the future when you've had a little more time to grow out your hair.
Yeah, that's actually the one look I haven't had. I've done like almost every other style. I have not done Forrest Gump running across the country.
That's exactly what this looks like. But I tell you what, we'll just go ahead and trim some things up and get back to your true Family B heritage. Let's see, what do we have here?
Oh, he's got the buzzer! No! He's shaving his own beard off. It's getting everywhere. Oh, he's shaving his hair off too. Oh my God, he's doing it live. I can't believe this. This is unprecedented. Wait, he's evolving. He's evolving into FMGB. Whoa!
Be good, be kind, be nice. Oh, and then there's my favorite clip. Remember, kids, He promised 24 hours of Buck Bumble. If you don't know why, check out his all-time greatest clips. It's there. 24 hours. Uncle FMB. Remember, we are Family B.
Okay, we've got Uncle FMGB has decided to join the stream. How's life as a bee?
Well, it's busy.
Yes, busy.
Yeah. You have to deal with buzzers.
Yeah. Lots of buzzing.
Thank you. Some people feel like they're queens. Some people want to work all the time. Me, I like working a little gaming. I don't see a lot of gaming bees.
Yeah.
I see worker bees. I see queen bees.
You're kind of sick of doing what everybody else is doing. You're kind of forging off on your own path a little bit. I like that.
Yeah, if you think about it, honeycombs are a lot like the old strategy hexagon board games. So that's where I got the idea.
It is a gift.
Do you like... by the way, thank you for the gift, Cadge Sorn. Bumblers, bring them in. Dillons, bring them in. Epic Shakes, Tis a Gift, Boromir, Brock Bumble, thank you for resubscribing. Waffle Smacker, thanks for the 100 bits. He's asking about the Weber grill. We'll get to that.
Oh, I have that's something special for later, trust me.
You got to understand not only FMG lore, but that's Uncle FMG lore. That's a deep understanding of the channel, Waffle Smacker. Very nice.
Indeed, nicely done.
Okay. Do bees like Honey Nut Cheerios?
Well, I find it to be a vast commercialization and appropriation of their heritage.
Yeah.
But anything that gets the honey word out there,
Yeah, you at least see the positive in it. A lot of bees want it canceled. There's a lot of, hey, down with it. Where you're using our likeness. Where's our cut? But you're saying, listen, it's getting the word out there. It's getting the message out there. Let's be a little bit more open to that. I like that. That's brave. That's forward thinking of you.
Well, I believe in positivity and that we can all be together and contribute to a better society.
Very well said, Uncle FMB. G.
Whatever you are. All right, should we dispense with the
Is the B it over?
The B bit. The B bit. I did surprise you once with it, and I did get you laughing. That one day I poked in. And
you did.
You looked over and you're like, what the? And I had
the surprise.
Yeah, the surprise bee appearance.
Yeah, this is Uncle FMG's third, fourth.
Depends on how long you count them.
Yeah.
We had the watch party after DJs in Space, was it? Maybe?
Yes.
And actually upstairs in the kitchen is still the box of jujubes, which live on stream took out the temporary crown that I had in my mouth. And I'm sitting there on stream going,
that's right.
What is that? And how do you play this down?
We need to bring a dentist in live on the stream. Behind the scenes. Behind the scenes.
That might have been the first movie watch night because I went out and got the popcorn and all the candies and set up the table.
Yeah, that's been a lot of fun. The movie night stuff has been actually really cool. And I'm hoping that when we watch The Lord of the Rings, specifically, I'm excited because it's Lord of the Rings. First off, I'm hoping it's really good. But also, it might be the first title where, and this is again, a little bit of a glimpse behind how all this works. When you select a title, it says limited availability and it says broadly available. And I'm thinking that this show is going to be pushed globally. We watch a lot of older, sometimes niche, kind of classic films. And for whatever reason, in the watch party system, those are only limited availability, which, again, we do what we can to let you guys know ahead of time. The game plan now is to decide the movie the day before, so that'll give people 24 hours to at least figure out a way to watch these movies. You know, you don't want to miss Ninja 3 The Domination.
Well, and limited availability and broader availability.
Who even knows what that means?
Well, it basically describes any bar catering to my age.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not exactly a perfect system yet, but I am enjoying bringing that type of content into the stream. So,
Wiz Arcade, I see the nodding Gandalf, and somebody very earlier, and I'm sorry I forgot, said that Uncle FMG arrives precisely when he means to, which of course is a wonderful Lord of the Rings reference after you said that I would be here at some point. So
that was Uncle FMG, aka the king, the master of references, the lord of the references.
Maybe I should do that instead.
Is
Uncle LOTR
is giving you the stamp of approval, the referencing stamp of approval. Good emote usage. Hey, thank you, Fish Cop, dude. Hope you had a great time at TwitchCon EU, and I hope to get out there at some point in time. And thank you for 89 months. Thank you, man. He says, for saving the bees. Yeah, one bee at a time.
One bee at a time.
Is Uncle a Lord of the Rings fan? Yeah, let's start there.
Whew. Can I DB?
DB away. DBA.
All right, hold on.
He's shedding. This is a evolutionary. This is a metamorphosis that advanced bees go through. Yeah, that's the original visor right there. He's molting.
You know what he molts into? Merch.
Oh.
Molting. All right.
Another evolution.
Testing.
There you go. Can you guys hear everybody okay? Are we looking good, sounding good?
Yeah, the first time I was on stream, I kept fading away from the microphone.
Layers. He's shedding his exoskeleton. You want it, Fish Cop? Easy. Wouldn't expect anything else, man. Love that. Well, back to the question, Lord of the Rings, what's your experience with it? Did you read the books, then watch the movies, just watch the movies, play any of the games?
I read The Hobbit many, many years before the movie, and then I started to read The Fellowship of the Ring.
Yes.
And stopped. And then many years go by.
I did the same thing. Because it
wasn't The Hobbit.
Well, I have a different reason, but that's also true. Somebody ruined it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, somebody spoiled it. A guy who I wouldn't expect to spoil it.
Somebody backseated
His name's Ted. His name's Ted. Ted. Why'd you do that? You know, you just remember certain things. We were riding bikes. I was talking about how much I was enjoying the book. And then he spoiled it. He said, Gandalf tells Voldemort that he's Darth Vader's father.
I find that highly improbable.
I said, how dare... And so I took a stick, and I shoved it in his spokes, as you do.
And E.T. lifted them over the horizon, which scared you, and that's how it all comes
And we're
together.
trying to get it adapted into a Netflix series. Frickin' Ted! Yeah.
Well, he did have an excellent adventure.
So go on. So you lost interest. It just wasn't the same.
But,
It gets a bit wordy.
And then I think it was about the time. Anybody in the chat want to tell me what time or what year the original Lord of the Rings Fellowship of the Ring movie came out?
I'm going to guess 81.
I'm going to guess much later.
The animated...
No. The
hand-drawn.
No.
Oh.
The Jackson series.
What, 1999, 2000? 2001?
All right, taking that.
And then it was 2001, 2002, 2003. I think they just went back to back to back.
Okay, so 2001, I'm living in St. Louis. I think I saw the original movie that suddenly rekindled the interest.
Yes.
2003, I'm moving from St. Louis to Florida, and I'm driving, and that is a long drive. So I bought the Lord of the Rings unabridged edition on audiobooks.
Yeah.
And I would play the Two Towers back and back and back and back. And there's, if you guys, I'll put it up on the Discord. I will show you what series this is.
Yeah.
But it is the only unabridged audiobook version, and one person does all the voices. And he keeps it consistent throughout the entire thing, whether he's doing an Ent or Gandalf or any other character, and he does them, and he... You know, you're either into Elvish singing or you're not. But, you know,
he does that?
He does the singing.
Is there music?
No.
Okay. I have not really done the audio book thing ever. I've heard people really have said that they've enjoyed some stuff in the chat over the years. It's come up a few times, and I've been intrigued by it, but I've never dove in and experienced it. But
well, it's basically C-3PO, do Jabba the Hutt, Han Solo, boom, you know, trying to tell the story to the Ewoks.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it is just, he just tells the whole story, and you have to be amazed at his talent. And then I go to the movie, Two Towers.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait a second. That wasn't in this book. That was in the last book. So Jackson took some liberties with putting things that were actually in one book and putting them in the other movie. I have no complaints about his treatment at all.
Yeah.
And I then went
But you could play that card if you wanted to. You could say, actually...
It is exactly like what you and I were discussing the other day. Like, look, if you want to find fault with a movie, or we were talking about how I cannot help but notice continuity issues. That book bag was not under his head when you were banging him before, but in this scene, you know what? That's really not where the humor came from in that scene. So you mellow out a bit.
Yeah.
So did he take some liberty, this, that, and the other? You know, your purist are always going to be your purist. Was that just an incredible compilation of entertainment that introduced untold people into the genre, into the gaming associated with the genre? You didn't have to read it to love it.
Yeah.
And when they came out with the extended edition, I bought those, and I said, you want to come out with another version with an hour more on each? I'll buy that too.
The extended
because this
version.
is not George Lucas.
Yeah, I think these movies, this series is in my top 5 all time.
Desert Island Extended Edition, absolutely.
Top 5 all time. I think that each actor perfectly plays their part. The music is phenomenal. Phenomenal. Howard Shore killed it. Oh my gosh. And I was doing a little test before the stream started to make sure that we were looking good and sounding good on the game that we're going to be playing. And even just the intro, I just was... I was feeling, I'm just excited. It's just one of those series where you just, I've just fallen in love with it, you know?
And you know, I'm a huge soundtrack geek. And
yes.
I mean, that is just one of the most epic soundtracks.
Oh, yeah.
Like the Fires of Gondor, baby.
I saw something today where somebody laid an image of the United States over the journey of Sam and Frodo, and it showed that they went from basically Florida to like Wyoming, and then cut like back across to Illinois or something.
So Illinois is Mordor.
So it just gives you a general idea of how far they walked, and I thought that was kind of interesting.
State of Illinois has a current tourism ad campaign on TV. I'm not sure. I think it's the best, but it says Illinois in the middle of everything. Well, now apparently it's in the middle of Mordor.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it checks out on multiple levels. Spinks, welcome back. Thank you, son of a bitch. 32 months for the future. Guys, what is your experience with this game? Did you play these games? I know that this was a triple release at the time on PlayStation 2, Xbox, and ported over to the GameCube. We're going to be playing the GameCube version today that, again, was Uncle FMG IFT. Uncle FMG gifted to the Retro Lab. Thank you so much, Uncle FMG.
Well, and let's not forget that FM Gifting also gave me the Alienware laptop, from which I have now been able to waste hundreds and hundreds of hours playing Project Zomboid, among other games, because I just owned every Mac there ever was, and it just kind of didn't go that way. And my son started playing games on the PC, and then I get busy at work. But then recently, I'm like, watching your stream just reminded me of, it reinvigorated my love of gaming and how much I love to game, and just how good it is or can be for you.
Oh yeah,
to have that space for yourself mentally, to game, to have some control, to have some peace. And I'm like,
and then the variety of experiences that you can have. Project Zomboid is very, very different from Inscription, which is very, very different from Lord of the Rings 2 Towers that we're going to be playing tonight.
Or Mario, or, you know, right? I mean, they're all different. And one of the things I always said about games and gaming is that if you take a title like Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds, where you have a series of definable objectives, and you can play that level and you can achieve that objective, and then you have the opportunity to pause before you go to something else. A lot of people are just overwhelmed by everything. But here is one concrete action that you were able to solve, and that releases positive feelings. You're like, yes, I can do things. I can get things done.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, there's so many. It's a social thing. If you game with other people, building this entire studio is built around the idea of having people hanging in person, sharing the love of obviously retro gaming. and hanging with people who just also enjoy this hobby, passion,
Even if
lifestyle.
even if they run their pod racer repeatedly into a wall, thinking that they are you who just cleared that wall.
Uncle FMG
Even that
lore.
gaming is fun.
Yeah, Uncle FMG. He may drive the wrong way in the pod racing games, but guess what?
He does it with love.
This is pod racing, okay? This is pod racing,
It's
all right?
working.
It's still pod racing.
And by the way, it's working. I noticed on the anniversary of E.T. that when
Yeah.
they're in the forest and the machine that E.T. is using to contact his people, Elliot starts screaming, Allah,
Yeah.
Anakin, it's working. It's working when the machine starts to work.
Oh.
Discuss whether you think that was a coincidence or a
Yeah.
Spielberg-Lucas nod.
Might have been a nod. Aren't they buddies?
Yep.
Yeah, that checks out. That checks out. It's working. I love that.
Obtuse references usually escape me. But
I always I've been putting together this theory. Did I mention this last time you were here, where I think that the end of E.T. leads directly into the beginning of Independence Day, and how that is very plausible because E.T. phones home, he goes back up, he's a spy, he's spying on them, and he's stolen the plans from the government, and then they say, oh yeah, Earth's got all these resources, and then boom, Will Smith, the city's blowing up. And that explains how I, at 2 years old, when I first watched E.T. and was terrified for years, having nightmares that my family references all the time. Yes, I was right to be suspect of E.T. He is evil.
I do think I saw that in the file cabinet next to the Illuminati invented COVID in order to inspire Project Zomboid. But I could have had the filing cabinets mixed up.
Yeah, that you can only get access to that if you've been injected with the nanobot vaccine. 5G nanobots, that gives you access to VR 56K encabulation. E.T. did Independence Day. Thank you, Vanilla Whip. Yeah.
Does that have midichlorians in it?
Of course, always. Oh my god, midichlorians. What a silly joke that is. Midichlorians. Guys, it's Monday. Hope you all had a great weekend. We had a family reunion. Uncle FMG's son was in town. He came in and was hanging in the retro lab, which was great. I had some other cousins from all around the United States.
If he's watching,
visiting,
he's
and
horribly embarrassed at this point, but
he was down here
that's what
gaming.
dad jokes are for.
He was doing some speed running on pod racing. It was pretty cool. But we had a great weekend, hanging out, eating good food, family, a pool, laughing, reminiscing. It was just great.
Not a downer, just a public service announcement that people, COVID is still out there, and we lost the ability to meet with one of our family members.
Yeah, that was a bummer. That was a bummer. We had a cousin who came all the way from Australia, and his girlfriend got COVID, so we couldn't see Sean, our cousin. Sending love out to you, Sean. And, yeah, that sucked.
I'm not trying to bring things down, just reminding everybody, stay safe, be kind, be good.
Be kind, rewind. If people would just rewind, this would have never happened. You know?
Did you see Aggro sent that tape? Oh, who sent that tape that has the actual be kind, rewind sticker on
Aggro
it?
sent that
Aggro, I thought so.
You want to grab the tape and show the people? You grab
Sure.
it. Yeah. So we have a reference.
Reference for a reference.
Reference to the reference.
Uncle FMG. Reference.
Here, you hold it up because I got the zoomed camera on you. There it is. Aim towards the camera. The camera's over there, not the viewfinder. The camera. There you go. Let's see if it'll change focus. Foam on focus. There it is. Yeah. Woo! Yeah, thanks for sending that in, Agro. Should we put that in? Here, let's just put it in the tape. We'll put it in the tape player. Yeah, it's a purple tape. Pretty nice. Other camera. There you go. Yeah, nice. Pretty nice there. I wish we could watch this one on watch parties, because listen, read this here. Or read the back. Read the back. Listen to this.
If
You want me to do it? Okay.
please.
So this is a movie that was sent in by Agro again. Thanks for sending this in. It is
Tammy and the T-Rex.
Tammy and the T-Rex.
My favorite dinosaur growing
When
up.
Michael Paul Walker, rest in peace, falls in love with the popular Tammy, Denise Richards, she's a babe, he gets more than he bargained for when Tammy's abusive ex-boyfriend and gang leader, Billy, decides to take his anger out on poor Michael, leaving him for dead in an animal park. Unfortunately, this is not the end of Michael's woes. His comatose body is stolen by the nefarious Dr. Wackenstein. And when Michael wakes up, he discovers his brain has been implanted into the body of a 12-foot tall animatronic Tyrannosaurus Rex. That is a sentence!
And
Let's
the
run that back one more
suspension of
time.
Disbelief.
His comatose body is stolen by the nefarious Dr. Wackenstein, and when Michael wakes up, he discovers that his brain has been implanted into the body of a 12-foot tall animatronic Tyrannosaurus Rex. It happens. Breaking free from his shackles, Michael sets out to get bloody revenge on those who wronged him and to convince the woman he loves that he is still alive.
And he does this as the animatronic T-Rex?
Exactly.
What could possibly go wrong?
It's almost incredible that
It's
Paul
like a
Walker,
ninja on a golf course.
Paul Walker and Denise Richards were in this movie and went on to have successful careers. Like, anything is possible. You would think after seeing this, you'd be like, well, I'll never work again after that.
And let me just kind of stretch that out to the people who made the absolute worst mistake, and to my Star Trek nerds out there. Kirstie Alley, high on herself from starring in the series Cheers, decided that she did not want to reprise her role as Saavik from Star Trek II Wrath of Khan to Star Trek III Search for Spock.
Yeah.
Huge mistake. Celebrities fought like animals to get cameos in Star Trek movies. Christian Slater, got his, 30 seconds of Star Trek trying to wake Captain Sulu.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it was Star Trek 6 or someone correct me. I think it was Star Trek 6, The Undiscovered Country. Star Trek 5 was the Bill Shatner, I'm Such a Macho Man. Star Trek 4 was Save the Whales.
So she big leagued Star Trek and then didn't really have a career after that very much?
No.
Okay.
But it was a mistake to say, oh, I will get typecast as a Vulcan female if I do the sequel. No, not really. Not as a bit character.
Sure.
I mean,
okay.
She could have gone down on the planet, gotten shot.
She could have had she was worried about having a Leonard Nimoy situation where he ended up just being Spock. And only Spock, right?
And what is the hubris of that? Him having starred in the 1960s for 3 years, and then in the movie before that, she thinks that because she slings some beer and gives Woody Harrelson some crap, that suddenly she's going to be, oh, you're only a Vulcan?
It doesn't make much sense. It does not make much sense.
But
I think I heard that Leonard Nimoy, and this is from a Trekkie that I know, so you may correct me if this is true or not, but I think he was pretty bummed about being typecast as Spock for a while, then came around and ultimately... Did he make 2 books? One that's I'm Not Spock, and then another one that's I Am Spock?
And there's a wonderful documentary, and the last time I was on stream, I did the same thing, and I apologize. It's because I have both Prime Video and I have Netflix, and I have a difficult time keeping track of which one is on which.
Yeah.
But I think it's on Netflix. There's a Spock documentary. A
Spockumentary?
A Spockumentary. He very much presented it after the initial series. You can find him, by the way, on episodes of Columbo and Dragnet, maybe. He made a number of appearances on other things. He also made, but for DCMA or DMCA or DAMC or AMDC
Run DMC
or Run DMC.
Yeah.
We could pull up in the olden days, and this ties in, Leonard Nimoy singing his Bilbo Baggins song. Y'all, look it up on YouTube. Leonard Nimoy, The Tale of Bilbo Baggins. It's an album. It's one of the songs on an album that he put out after Star Trek was canceled by NBC.
Yeah.
3.5 years into their 5-year mission.
Yeah.
And Shatner may have also put out an album, but Nimoy's and you remember that Vulcan little instrument that he played in the original series?
No, because I didn't really watch the original. Yeah,
it was a string instrument, and it just kind of sounds like he's playing the mandolin and he's singing this.
Cool.
So bad, it is so good.
That's one of my favorite just things that exist, things that are so bad that they're so good. That's one of my favorite genres. Love it.
Your dad, huge fan of the original series.
Yeah.
I would ask him if I were you, where is his Leonard Nimoy Spock action figure that he got for Christmas one year.
Yeah.
I remember him getting it.
Cool.
I remember teasing him about his doll.
Yeah.
And making fun of him about Star Trek. And then, of course, Revenge of the Wise, I became absolutely hooked some years later. And
it's funny that you say that because I remember walking out to the side porch and seeing my brother watching Star Trek TNG and being like, "Aw, this sucks." You know? Just thought it was boring. I was too young. I didn't understand. I wanted to watch Power Rangers, you know? I wanted to watch Ren and Stimpy. And so
you did.
I didn't get it. But years later, you know, as I watched through the full series, we would start the episodes at the same time and be like messaging each other, and we watched a ton of the series together years later, and it's, you know, one of the best series probably ever.
And if you're the right age, you go to college and you say, you know what, for my term paper, I'm going to do Star Wars versus Star Trek, and what do they reveal about the times of their period?
Yeah.
Or it's like, oh, this is relative, this is black and white, you know, whatever you want to put into it. But at least you watch the movies, and it would be much more fun than writing about, I don't know, Ignatian philosophy. I don't know. I saw something. Everything was downhill after Star Trek II: Wrath of Khan. There is a theory out there that the even-numbered movies are good and the odd-number movies are bad. And if you think about it, one, where they just spent too much time on lots of things. 2 was fantastic. 3, we lost the original Savick, and it was a little this or that. However, it did feature Christopher Plummer, who was excellent.
Yes.
Fine.
The movies I haven't seen in such a long time, I would need to do a rewatch of a lot of them.
4 is the whales, and it was the most comedic of all of them.
Yes.
They give Scotty a Macintosh, computer to work with, and he picks up the mouse to talk into it, which, is obviously it's dated for the time, but you get it.
No, that holds up. That's still funny.
5 was William Shatner's Watch Me Climb a Mountain and How Manly Am I.
Yeah.
I liked 6. I did like 6.
Yeah.
And, but it's the odd evens. But, Lord of the Rings,
Yes.
to get back to the topic,
Yeah.
they could have done it in 12 movies. They could have done it in, I respect and admire Peter Jackson for saying, look, this is how I'm going to do it. And I'm going to ask you to sit in the theater for this long to watch it, because there are too many corporate-driven people in a boardroom saying this movie needs to be this number of minutes so that we can have it play this number of times in this many theaters. And it is at least some respect for giving Peter Jackson the room.
Yes.
He did a good. Is it perfect if you're an absolute purist? No. Are the Harry Potter movies accurate if you're a purist?
You can
No.
nitpick anything.
Right.
I'd say that these movies were so well done, and they don't feel long. When I watch The Lord of the Rings, it doesn't feel like it's dragging on in any way.
I want more. That's how I feel. Where's the scene with
the
the
extended
guy?
editions are long.
And they are also better, in my opinion, because they explain some things that you do not get
Yes.
from the originals. And the context matters, and it goes to
I'm glad they
character
exist. Yeah.
development. And I would be very glad to exist if he found 5,000 feet more of film. I'd watch them if they were that good. But one of those examples is the development of Schmiegler.
Yeah.
Yeah.
More Schmiegel stuff.
They gave you some Schmiegel background
I
that
might have
kind of
to-
explained that
I
you
might have to
didn't get.
rewatch that in particular because there is a new game coming out. It's just called Gollum. And it's centered around...
That's the hobbits lying. The fat one. Yes.
Uncle FMG Gollum. Perfect. Okay. And I don't know if that's a character I particularly am interested in playing a video game about. So I'm kind of on the fence about whether or not I even want to play it. But as long as we're going down this whole Lord of the Rings
So lovely.
rabbit
fish,
hole.
So nice to eat. Yes.
And now a rendition of every single Gollum line by Uncle FMG. Take it away.
My precious tricksy hobbitses. I guess vowels multiples not being your thing when you've been locked in a cave for hundreds, I don't know how many years. How he was Saruman. The Ents I used to do. I also love Gimli. Dwarfs. Very dangerous over... I'm not doing it right. Over short distances, but...
Type the lines that you guys want him to say as Gollum in the chat.
I used to be much better at these things. Potatoes. Even you would like that. No, he wasn't. Spoils a perfect picture. Ooh, look at that fat one. The crumb. He sprinkles the crumbs on him, and the fat
I don't know. Gollum's a little shithead. I don't know. I don't think he doesn't have cool powers. He's just a little obsessed little dumbass who killed his brother and is a deformed, weird-looking, raw fish-eating, lembas bread spilling motherfucker who drives this amazing. He plays his role perfectly. I'm supposed to not feel. You're supposed to feel a little bad for him, I guess, and I get that, which is interesting. But I don't know. I think I'm not interested in playing as Gollum. I wouldn't choose him, but no, I'm going to stick with that. I don't know. I'm very skeptical about this game being good for me in terms of my enjoyment.
Completely out there, but what if you had a PvP where you were Gollum and the other person was Bilbo, and you got to ask the riddles that the other person had to solve. Because to me, that's one of my favorite scenes, is when Gollum is asking Bilbo the riddles.
That might be included in the game somehow, maybe. That's actually a cool idea.
Well,
That's a cool idea.
I get them all the time.
Uncle FMG. Guys, again, so glad to have you tuning into the Retro Lab tonight. Uncle FMG is in the Retro Lab studio. The Dylans in the chat are looking good in the chat. Let's go ahead and boot up tonight's game. Uncle FM Genius, yeah.
Oh, no.
Go ahead and...
I'm just a simple, as someone said earlier, I'm just a simple man, simple caveman lawyer trying to make my way in this crazy world. I don't understand your flashing lights and all this. But I do know is that I can make an obtuse reference like nobody's business.
Let me circle back around to this game that we're going to play, okay? So, it's the Lord of the Rings Two Towers. EA gets the licensing for the movies only. So they can only pull directly from the New Line Cinema movies. I think maybe a month before this game came out, the Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring game came out from Vivendi. And Vivendi had the rights to the Tolkien estate books. And so that's the difference between the Lord of the Rings, the Fellowship of the Ring game, which is a action RPG. We're not going to be playing that. We're going to be playing the EA hack and slash game based off of the movies.
Which allows me to mash buttons without knowing what I'm doing.
It's a great co-op game. I remember playing over and over with my friends on the Xbox. I've never played the GameCube version. I believe it's supposed to be pretty much the same thing, though.
I bought it. Actually, some of you may remember a store called GameStop. Actually, I saw an open one the other day. They used to be everywhere, but they've closed.
GameStops are still around. Not as much, but they are still. They're somehow. I don't know how.
I would shop the used. I would shop the used games, and
yeah.
I bought the Lord of the Rings titles for the GameCube out of the used shelf.
You remember?
Yeah, I absolutely remember.
Yeah,
and I can remember. In fact, you've got the actual containers for them. You'll see the little yellow stickers.
Yeah.
On them. Times have been lean, and times have been good. And when times were lean, that's what I tried to do, to continue to give to my son.
Of course.
What gaming I could.
'Tis a gift.
So,
Uncle FMGIFT. Come on. We've got one Lord of the Rings emote, FMG Boromir. Feel free to use that liberally in the chat over the next couple months as we gear up for the new show. We're going to play Lord of the Rings Two Towers tonight. And we may revisit it again. I don't know. We'll see how far we get tonight. I haven't played this in such a long time. I don't really know exactly what to expect. I just remember liking it a lot and thinking that it would be fun for us to play tonight.
And if prior to that, if you need to go to the bathroom, renegotiate a mortgage, whatever, I will be listing 10 minutes of excuses as to why I will not be doing well. It's kind of like if you ever play golf with me, the first hole is, okay, I have a list here. My wrist hurts. My knees hurt.
Listen, Uncle FMG, we're just glad you're here. There's no gaming test or, skill check. All right? We're just glad you're here. Guys.
As I told him earlier today, I can think of no place better to come and just relax when things go a little awry.
Hey. He lost his sunglasses earlier. Let's just get it out there. Or he lost his prescription sunglasses, and
Went to
He's a little bummed.
Went to
You're bummed.
Yeah, I was, but I'm getting, I'm better about it. I left him in the car. I got distracted by I don't understand people who talk all the time and who are so engaging and who are so like garrulous, and they always seem to want to be talking. I don't get those people, but that's what he was, and I was distracted, and he comped me back for the $20 in gas.
Yeah.
He then discounted my rental by $100 for the little amount that I used it, and in all of it said, you don't have to tip me. And in all of that, I forgot to check the center console where my sunglasses were, because yesterday it was rainy in St. Louis.
Well, Uncle FMG showed up today, and he was like, "Oh, my glasses," which is understandably, if you've got nice prescription glasses, I felt for you on that one. I'm glad you're here.
And
we're going to chill. We're going to enjoy it tonight. We're going to game. You've got the insurance or the warranty on the glasses.
Yep. I have a lot better than a lot of other people, and I praise for my blessings.
Let's game. It's video game time, gamers. Chris Cheeser, welcome back. 420 months into the retro future. Nice moves, you son of a bitch. Spinks, welcome back. 32 months. You son of a bitch. Nice moves. Thanks, dude. I am going to turn on the GameCube, and let's see if we can hear the intro, the GameCube intro. I need to do a couple things here.
I remember the Christmas when I gave that to my son, and he went to bed, and I got it out, and it's all about positioning it around the Christmas tree, and then the first time power it up.
Bump. Bump. All right, let me boot it up here.
On another Star Wars night, we will do that PvP Clone Wars game. These theme nights are, the ninja. It all works, right?
There we go. All right, that's your controller right there.
One I remember.
Oh, yeah. The point I wanted to make earlier, I got off track, is that this game still incorporates some Fellowship of the Ring stuff. It just is under the name Two Towers. So, yeah.
Well,
okay, I did go to the Wikipedia 10 minutes before the stream started, and I looked over the first paragraph, guys. Because I was also curious about... I remember playing these Lord of the Ring games.
But that goes back to what I was saying about the movies and the books, because the end of the Fellowship of the Ring is actually a scene, I believe, that is in the beginning of the Book of the Two Towers. So, he did mix some things for purposes of that. Wouldn't surprise me if they did that in the games at all.
Yeah. Well, I think it had to do with the timing in terms of when the movies were coming out, when they needed the games to come out, and then again, getting the rights and
wait,
licensing.
Are you saying there's a relationship between games and the movies, and the production and the promotion?
I'm gonna go ahead and say that there might be something to that. All right, let's play the Lord of the Rings Two Towers. The main reason is because they had another game called Fellowship of the Ring from another developer. There it is, coffee, yeah. Boom. I don't think I ever played Lord of the Rings The Third Age. I'm not sure what that is, but we got it here on the GameCube. I gotta unmute.
We missed the sound out.
Yeah.
Even the font on that. It's in the game.
EA Fantasy Action Game. It's in the game. EA.
It's in the drawers.
It's not EA Sports.
That was EA Sports.
I know. I'm saying, what's the joke, though? EA. Murder.
If it's in Mordor.
It's in the game. Fantasy. Yeah. It's in Mordor.
If it's in Middle Earth,
yeah,
it's in the game. How about that?
The world is changed. I feel it in the water.
Kate Blanchett.
I feel it in the earth. I smell it in the air.
I love these movies. I can't.
Much that once was is lost. For none now live who remember it.
Thank you, Howard Shore.
Dude, even just those notes right there alone, oh my god.
It began with the forging of the great rings. 3 were given to the elves, immortal, wisest and fairest of all beings. 7 to the dwarf lords.
I always love this flashback, this entire little section, this montage.
Halls.
So cool.
And 9 rings were gifted to the race of men.
If they'd given them
above
the
all
women,
else
thing would have
desire
come out
power.
much differently.
Everything just would have
For
been
within
fine,
these
right?
rings was
Yep.
bound the strength and will to govern each race. But they were all of them.
I remember
the
that
seed.
map from the original Hobbit
For
book.
another
You know,
ring was made.
Ooh.
In the land of Mordor, in the fires of Mount Doom, the Dark Lord Sauron forged
This
in
is on the
secret
tiny
a
little
master
GameCube
ring
disc, that's
to
right.
Control all others. And into
the
this
one thing
ring,
was the
he
difference
poured
between
his cruelty,
Sauron
his
and
malice,
Sora.
and
You
his
know,
will
that
to
always
dominate
like
all
that was just a
life.
little too close. Maybe Mick Sauron
Ring.
would have been better.
You mean in terms of
Sorry.
the names?
Yes.
One by one,
Saruman and Sauron?
Yeah.
Yeah.
to the power
Mick
of the
Sauron, I
ring.
think, would have been good.
But there were some who resisted.
Oh,
A last
and then
alliance
this
of
jam?
men and elves marched against the armies of Mordor, and on the slopes of Mount Doom, they fought for the freedom of Middle-earth.
Now let me ask you this, Futureman. As TVs and their resolutions and their power have gotten better, it has struck me that some of these special effects, not here in the video game, but in the actual DVD, they...
Whoa, did you see that transition to the game?
Well, no, because I was talking because I'm...
Wait. It just drops us right in.
Well, a little warning would have been good. Am I at the top speed render? Do we have this set up for 2-player, by the way?
Hold on. Hold on. Maybe that's how they bring you right into the tutorial? Let's see if we can set up multiplayer here.
But go ahead in the chat, see if you know anything about what I was talking about, how the game, the special effects on new TVs don't look as good as they did on old TVs. Thank you, I'll know.
I don't know. Possibly. You mean for these movies?
Yep.
I don't know. I don't know enough about the TV technology, and I know that certain CRTs developers would make their pixel art in a way that incorporated the shadows and the scan lines into their art in the pixel art style of games. But in terms of movies
The
and
world is changed.
wait, is
What
this
are
a
the
co-op
options?
game or not?
Water.
Are you sure this is a
Feel it
2-player
in
game?
the earth.
I did look it up before, and it said co-op.
Smell it in the air.
There's a player select before each scenario.
Is lost.
Oh, you have to beat this tutorial first.
For none
Okay.
now live.
I only hope I could know someone who knows video games who could beat the tutorial. Where could I find such
Also-
a person?
Back to your point. Does anybody know? Yeah, certain effects haven't aged as well, and with super new, very sharp TVs, it really accentuates how bad they can look. Whereas on your older TVs, lower resolution, looks a little bit nicer. Was that the point you were kind of making?
That is. And then there's the tiger in the beginning of I Am Legend, which never looked good on any TV. There's an obscure reference. Go ahead, take it for what you will.
Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, look, a menu.
Yeah, so they're saying in the chat.
I've never done a menu with you before.
They're saying that we have to just beat the tutorial first, then we'll be able to select co-op. Do you want to play the tutorial so you have...
Hell no.
Okay. Just checking. Just checking. Here we go. There's a defend.
Yeah, that's the B button. You have a long history with the B button.
B. Okay, speed attack is A. Storm Rider, Prime Gamer, welcome back. Thank you, brother Maya. Wow, this looks cool. I'm continuously impressed with the way GameCube games look as we game on the GameCube in here.
I mean, there is something to be said for the games that they were able to produce on actual discs as opposed to the cartridges. It just gave them so much more. I mean, they could put cutscenes like that in there. They just had so much more to work with.
Oh, yeah. Defend. Fierce attack.
No, I want to do kind of a, hey, how are you attack.
Super light attack. A greeting. Wave hello.
Hello.
Looks like it destroys their shield, which is cool. Gosh, I'm just like loving the music.
Well, that's exactly what I was about to say. This game, like the Star Wars games, when they have the actual soundtrack music, it just takes the experience to a different level.
So if you hold down Fierce Attack, it like charges up. So hold on. They keep interrupting it, but never mind.
How do you hold down a Y?
Push it and don't let go.
Oh, well, there's that.
Yeah. See that? Yeah, they keep interrupting it, so I don't know. There it is. Cool.
And so it's telling you whether it was a fair hit or a good hit.
I'm not sure.
Is that right, chat? Is that what I'm seeing?
I don't know how the rating system is working here. Wow. Am I supposed to like run forward? I guess we're supposed to just keep attacking and practicing here. They're kill combos, huh? Whoa! Yeah, it just gave me like a special combo. It like said a name at the bottom. This is the moment, right? Oh.
Ah.
I remember seeing this in the theaters for the first time and just jaw dropped.
It was in this moment.
I'm Mary Poppins, y'all.
Hope had faded.
Oh, the fade back to the...
Son of the king took
So good.
The integration with the movie and the game.
Yeah, really cool.
Sauron, the enemy of the free peoples of Middle-earth, was defeated. The ring passed to Isildur, who had this one chance to destroy evil forever. But the hearts of men are easily corrupted.
Destroy it! No.
with
I am
VOD.
Isildur's heir, not Isildur himself.
I wish he would have just thrown him in.
Mr. Anderson, throw the ring
Yeah.
into the fire.
I can't help but think of that character when I see that
Right,
guy.
I know.
Yeah. Even though he does great in this role, Mr. Anderson. No. He goes, no.
Helps little ladies with their
Mr.
groceries.
Anderson. Okay, you get upgrade points. You want to save your game? Sure.
Okay. So. Anybody want to name whose theme that is?
I don't know.
It's obviously not the Rohirrim.
We put that just to the side, I guess. Yeah. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Is it the Uruk-hai?
I think that's one of the producers was
Okay. Yeah.
All Isengard is empty. It is an army bred for one purpose, to destroy the world of men. The Dark Lord draws near. Ringwraiths! Get back!
Oh man, this scene was so intense.
They seek the ring bearer. Stay close.
Dude, Aragorn rules. Wow. Ah! He's kicking my ass. I don't know, should I just be defending? Oh, he put the fire out. How do I light it? There we go. There it is. Yes! It's the fierce attack. Oh. I feel like Bilbo just spends the first part, or just the entire second half of the Fellowship of the Ring, just constantly getting stabbed and fucked up, and it's a pretty tough journey for Frodo.
Frodo, keep away from them.
No! They're everywhere!
We put the ring on. Uh-oh. We gotta light it up again. Camera's a little bit wild, but we're getting some combos here, Nick.
We shall find you.
Colonel says, anyone play Third Age back in the day? I did not. These are the only two Lord of the Rings games that I played. This and Return of the King, so perfect. Oh, perfect. Dude, double perfect at the end. All right. Oh, the transition right back. I mean, I'm going to stop mentioning it after this, maybe. But hell yeah.
Let him be spared. Save him.
In the sanctuary
What kind of game is
Rivendell,
Third Age?
The smallest of us show the greatest courage.
Tis a gift. This is the
And
closest thing
fellowship
we'll
was
get
forged.
to seeing our
I will take
emote
the ring to Mordor.
on this. Oh, there he is.
No.
Oh, it's a Final Fantasy Lord of the Rings, huh? Okay.
I do not know the way.
I will help you bear this burden, Frodo Baggins. As long as it is yours to bear.
Carry the face of his own little one.
Such a little thing.
If by my life
Yeah.
or death I can protect you, I will. You have my sword. And you have my bow.
You have my axe.
Such a good scene. Ooh. Okay, has anybody seen the option for co-op here? Or are we missing something? I could have sworn that back in the day,
There's another one.
we were playing some co-ops. Maybe it's just Return of the King?
Pizza Dude Man is on the job.
Pizza Dude's looking. Thank you, Pizza Dude. I did look it up before, scrolled down, and I saw that it said co-op gameplay. Now, maybe it was just on Xbox.
No,
Maybe it was just
no,
on PlayStation.
I seem to have a recollection of my son and I playing and him killing everything and me looking at butterflies. So
The dynamic duo, the
Yes.
perfect balance. I'm going to hit continue again. Let's see here. All right, this is the first time they brought us into this menu. Rush attack.
at F. Pierce, the movie was canceled. There was a bee problem.
A bee problem? In the movie?
No, he's asking about the stream.
Oh, he's calling it back. Call back.
Ah, there we go. Thank you, Pizza Dude Man.
All right, well, what we can do is we can trade off levels here. Or trade off, we'll just trade off. Classic trade off.
Well, you have the Return of the King.
Yeah, but we should play Two Towers, then Return of the King.
We're not going to play the whole game, so how about you want to embarrass me in front of all these people? But you know what? I ran into a wall.
It's not embarrassing if you're not playing perfect Uncle FMG. You don't have to play if you don't want to, but nobody's going to give a shit if you did game over. It's a part of the situation here. I get game over all the time. You're fine.
Thank you, Legionnaire.
Except for your son, who will judge. Jackstonian. Rush attack. Well, let's just start with the cheapest thing here. We'll get the rush attack.
Look,
and we'll build it up from there.
Those of you who may not...
The Dylans support the Dylans. When the moves are nice, the moves are nice. But if the moves are not nice, that's a work in progress towards nice moves. And that is a part of the journey. And listen, we're Frodo right now, and we're carrying the ring by playing the game, but these guys are Samwise Gamgees. They've got Lembas bread.
Well, I'm feeling a bit
All right,
like...
they've got Lembas bread.
I'm
now,
feeling a bit like Fat
Some
Sam.
of them might be Gollum, sometimes. Some of them might be a little bit of Gollums in the chat, but I'm telling you, we got a lot of Samwise Gamgees in here. Sharing the load.
Share the load.
Share the load. Yes. That is correct. That is from the movie.
Where's that fool of a took?
Aragorn, unplayed. Legolas, unplayed. Gimli, unplayed. The Gates of Moria. The Weathertop. Aragorn, perfect. Isildur, good. Okay, cool. Nice. Oh, I see.
The lady's favorite. The lady's favorite.
The ladies' favorite specialty.
Well, you can't tell a female dwarf from a male dwarf, really.
Unless, yeah. Because they just have beards. Beards on beards on beards. Should we play as Gimli here? What do you think?
Seems axiomatic.
I'm gonna assume that means yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So, Gandalf, you tried to lead them over Garadras. And if that fails, where then will you go?
Choose.
Gimli.
This land has changed. We shall wait here until the path beyond appears safe.
Oh, when in trouble, send in a dwarf.
Maybe... Does it make more sense to play through the game as one character to continuously level up that character as much as...
Are you...
Dude, it is co-op. Wait. Try moving. No, it's not. It just... the character happened to be moving when you were... Are you moving? No.
I can't be, because there's only... the way the screen is, clearly there's only indications for one player.
Right, with the health and everything.
Right.
Sometimes in games they would just add in co-op without adding anything else in, though. They just are like, and it's co-op now. We've got... Sonic comes to mind. They just are like, alright, Tails, the other person controls Tails. Here we go.
For you Project Zomboid fans out there, if I could get Gimli with a sawed-off shotgun and then a couple of pistols, I'd rather do that than the long weapon. Or the short blunt.
What do we have here? Oh, some health. Cool. What do we have here? I don't know what that is.
Vanilla, if there, we did determine that
Mad Wreck, thank you.
Return of the King is a co-op.
Yeah, Return of the King has been confirmed as the co-op game. So we're going to trade off in this game.
What was that arcade game where you could play up to 4 people? One person would be an elf, one person would be this.
Oh, I think you're thinking
Gauntlet.
of... Gauntlet. That's exactly it, yeah.
That would be a good retro lab 4-person experience.
Yeah, that would be really fun to go back to. I haven't played those games in such a long time, but they were crazy, they were chaotic. Great multiplayer games. Just tearing enemy down wave after wave after wave. Yeah, those games are great. Gauntlet Legends. Can we kill? I feel like you can throw axes.
How many times can you hit that button?
What button?
And Gauntlet.
Oh, yeah. Just mashing. I feel like you could throw... Yeah, have axes. Okay, there's a step back. I like how they included a tutorial, but then didn't include everything in the...
Well, you passed by the screen when you selected Gimli. I'm not complaining.
Pass by what screen?
I'm just observing. Where they showed you everything that Gimli did.
I didn't pass by that, did I?
Okay. I'm incorrect, I guess.
I don't even remember seeing that. I mean, I believe you.
No, I don't know. I'm just a simple... My eyes are weak. My legs are poor.
You got me second guessing everything now. You're like... I don't know what to believe.
I am just a simple...
Yeah, so you have to hold down... You have to hold down left trigger and then hit A to throw your axes. There's also a... if you push X, there's like a kick.
I know they're different genres per se, but just looking at this, if you think about your dynamics in Dark Souls and the people that you battle in there, and this just seems like the Atari controller versus the Xbox. Well, you know, it's just so different in what you're allowed to do in terms of your wicked moves.
Oh, yeah. This, I would say, is more of a hack and slash. More of a just mashing buttons. Obviously, they're giving you some combos. They're giving you some specials. There's some leveling up. There's some variety to it there. There's the step back, which is also in Dark Souls. But this game was always about just getting in there, slaying orcs, mowing them down.
Well,
whereas Dark Souls, there are moments where you're slaying, but it's a lot more tactical, I would say. Dude, I'm having a tough time getting my combos going here. I wish I had a roll.
And damn it, you stole my line. I was about to say that I'm sure what you most miss is your ability to somersault all over the place.
Gosh.
Because You went to tumbling tumbleweeds as a kid, I guess. And you've just never given up the somersaults.
Yeah, it's one of, you can just spam it in. I mean, they do punish you for it sometimes with certain enemies and certain bosses in Dark Souls, but man, oh man, the panic rolls can get you out of a lot of problematic situations.
Do those panic rolls come with caramel and cinnamon, or?
Those cost extra, yeah, that's in the special edition. Ooh, look how they put their arms up. Keep the nice little animation there, nice little attention to detail.
Are there dead bodies beneath them?
Whoa, they jumped out. Cool. That was really cool. Look at the reflection.
Well, it's like when
in the water.
Smeagol is leading Sam and Frodo, don't look down, and Frodo, of course, looks down.
Of course. Because of course he does. Oh my gosh, it's tough when you're getting spammed from the range attacks.
Yes, Jackstonian, the dead marshes. Nasty place.
Come on. I have to push it. He cocks it, then he throws it. Alright, we're getting the timings figured out here. Did he just get pulled down by a tentacle? Whoa, there's a creature in the water. Oh, yeah. Like when they're about to go into the Mines of Moria and there's the giant...
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Don't throw rocks into the lake.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. That's awesome.
And one of the things I love about the Retro Lab is, like, particularly after you have just played some stunning games like Elden Ring.
Yeah.
This was at Elden Ring level in its day for the advancements in incorporation of movement and animation and weaving.
This was a top-tier, highly critically acclaimed game. It was across the board well rated by, you know, your average gamer, critics alike, everybody. I think it was getting 90s. I mean, this was just a very popular game. And then the follow-up, adding in okay. Maybe I gotta defend.
I think you need to chop off...
Go in and chop? Okay. Ooh. Now we throw axes.
I don't think he appreciated
there it
that.
is. I'm getting comboed here. Now we go like that. And then we throw. And then we get ready to defend. Nice little boss fight here. Ow. I mean, you gotta get the perfect parry on the blocks. You can't just hold block.
Dr. Not So Horrible, thank you for the Prime subscription.
We got a Prime. Thank you. Welcome back, Dr. Not So Horrible. Thank you. Thank you. Prime Gamer. Nice moves. Very cool. Gimli carrying the squad here. Oh, jeez. I don't know. This might be... Oh. We got the bad ending.
He sees all.
You have failed the mission. Game over, man. Game over.
Very helpful, Jackstonian. My advice is simply not to get hit. That has rarely been voiced.
Would you like to give this level a try?
Oh, I'm sure everyone would enjoy.
Uncle FMG. Stop doubting yourself, Uncle FMG. I just demonstrated that you can fail and it's okay. You just wait till after the stream to cry about it. Okay?
All right, get your clips.
What you do
Get your clips set up, people.
You act like you're okay, and then right when the stream ends, then you go up You turn the water on the shower, you sit down in the shower, and you sob uncontrollably, Uncle FMG. It's as simple as that.
If I may briefly revisit a topic I have previously stated, which is
Yes.
there is a line in history, much like before the dinosaurs and after the dinosaurs. And that is when we went to twin
stick.
as
Gaming.
opposed to one stick.
Mm-hmm. You don't have to use the
And I'm a victim.
C stick is optional. You don't even have to use it in this. I think it just does attacks. You want me to give you a basic
I'll
rundown
tell you
of
what,
the
for
controls?
those of you who well, hell yeah.
Okay. Let's go over the controls real quick, okay? So first off, this red button right here, that's defense. You have to tap that at the right time and you'll kind of block. Your light attack is this middle big button here. Light attack. Heavy attack is the one up top. Heavy attack. That's all you should worry about for now. And well,
Hold down the Y was.
that charges up your heavy. So you can tap it, it does like a light heavy, but you can hold it down and then it'll unleash a heavier heavy. Does that make sense? And then you can hold down this and that lines you up for the axe throw, and then you push this and that throws the axe.
He told me we were going to play Perfect Dark. Okay.
I did not say that. I don't know where Uncle FMG is coming up with these fantastical stories. Go ahead and make sure you hit try again and not exit to menu. Let's go ahead and...
By the way, for those of you who are fans of Monty Python, brave Sir Robin.
Brave Sir Uncle FMG.
Look, see, that's the thing I said I accused you of. All right, so I am... Wait.
Oh, it just...
I see.
It goes right back to the boss fight. So this will probably be pretty difficult, but maybe not. You saw what I did.
Well, just want to let you know that tomorrow I was thinking about maybe doing some things with the Weber Grill.
The Weber Grill callback.
Well,
there it is.
It's a boss fight tradition, really.
It is. The interrupt. The Uncle FMG bits during the boss fight interrupt. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Okay. Almost. I think that was the right idea.
Ugh, you seem to be taking some...
I don't know if you have to, like, defend one first or maybe just get more lined up in
I
the
think
middle.
they're snagging me from the side, clearly. Oh, that could be deleterious.
This is pretty
there you
brutal.
Go. There's your Uncle FMG vocab word for the day, deleterious.
They're being very deleterious. I was going to say the same thing, yeah. This is a tough boss fight. I thought that they would start you over back at the beginning of the mission, but they got us right here. So let me give this one a shot.
This is not an excuse. I, honest to God, have never played this game.
That's not a legit excuse. That's an explanation. There's a difference. You're not making excuses. You're just explaining. And also, I play video games, modern games all the time, and I got killed by this boss, Uncle FMG.
If I could go get my laptop, I could do a cheer here
See, look,
about
you have
the
to,
Weber.
you have to block first, which like I just figured out by watching you. Like you just helped me, so I block that. Then it's further forward. So there's no way. You have to get the timing on the block first, then you slice, then you get a throw. See that? Okay, now I'm even getting comboed. There we go. I'm kind of spamming block, get a slice, and then throw.
And then you bread it and put it deep oil, and it's very much like calamari.
Yeah. Dude, calamari's so good. It looks like it would be gross if you had to give it the, does it look good to eat?
Future Dad introduced me to, and the rest of the family, frankly, to calamari after he returned from Spain, and it's been a favorite ever since.
I love that.
This is the dawn of Durin.
Foo Dad spent
Lord of
junior
Warrior.
year of college at St. Louis University in Madrid, maybe?
That sounds right.
Speaking friend, and enter Belloc.
Someone in the chat said Belloc earlier. Tip of the hat.
Yeah, nice.
To
I would
you.
not have known that.
This is the long dark of
I would not have remembered that. Something, something, Weber Grill, something, something, Dark Side. These are the references you're looking for. Yeah, there we go. We did it. Nice. Nice.
I have a great Weber Grill reveal, but tonight's not the night.
Save it. Look at all these different combos you can do. Oh, so you have to unlock the
Thank you,
you have to unlock the fierce attack. You see this? Press and hold the Y button to use.
Yes, the more buttons I have to press at the same time, the better I get being brought up on the Atari 8-directional joystick and 1 button. But then there was the
Yeah.
Intellivision, which had a 16-directional disc and 2 buttons that would kill your thumbs for the rest of your life, while the rest of you were wearing out the 9-pad little sticker thingy.
I think each generation had their own thumb killer. For my generation, it was the Mario Party, like, joystick spin game that would just destroy thumbs, destroy hands. I remember going home from sleepovers and just having massive blisters on my hand. And then I think there was one on Xbox, oh gosh, a snowboarding game that really hurt my hand because I played it so much over a weekend after renting it from Blockbuster. Oh my gosh.
The N64 controller even was the last one that I could. But I'm sure
Yeah.
if we had a GoFund Uncle program where I could just play games all day and not work, I bet you I could really improve on the dual stick technology.
Anybody given enough time, you would figure it out for sure. You'd figure it out.
Here's a question I had for you, and I'll throw it open to the chat. And that is, you play a number of games that are not controller based, they're mouse and keyboard, right?
Yes.
And so there are gaming keyboards. The ones I've seen around here pretty much look like regular keyboards. So
Yeah.
I'm kind of curious about whether different sizes of keys so that you're not mashing the same things at the same time. I've been curious about that.
I know, and Dylan's, feel free to speak up here on this one. I know that they have specialized gaming pads that are modified keys for just your left hand. So it's not a full keyboard, it's just a controller that has 6 or 8 keys on it, and it's specifically designed just for gaming in your left hand. Have never used them before, but have seen them, have heard about them. I use just regular keyboards, and I find that even I will have misinputs. That just comes with the territory of switching between different games and being familiar with gaming on a keyboard and mouse. But even I, after all these years, will still like be trying to hit something and mash the wrong button. When you're trying to juggle so many things in your gaming, it happens.
I mean,
so it comes with time and experience. Now you're also gaming on my laptop, which I would say is a bit more difficult than just a regular keyboard.
I actually have plugged in a keyboard into it that I'm using. WASD,
Yeah.
however you people want to put the initials.
Yeah.
But WASD has been around from the beginning. The original
Oh, yeah.
Castle Wolfenstein, the original one for the Apple II Plus.
Oh yeah.
Was a WASD 4-directional. 4-directional.
Yeah.
And what I do like about Zomboid, which I keep going back to, is that I can do...
Because that's what you've been gaming on.
I can press 2 keys at a time and get a more diagonal, or and depending on how you do it, you can like get a little more nuance there that you would if you were using another controller.
Yeah.
But damn, by the way, that Q key for shout, that is now over on the right side of the keyboard, about as far away from me as you can get.
Yeah. So, in Project Zomboid, a game that Uncle FMG has been enjoying thoroughly for months now.
Since you streamed it, I jumped in as about a baby, as a pureborn baby as you can get.
Yeah, you jumped in and has still been holding it down, playing it frequently. There's a button that, in that game, causes you to shout out, alerting any zombies in the area.
Maybe a zombie.
Yeah. So I would be asking, hey, what's this button again? And of course, people in the chat would be saying Q. And for a handful of times, I go, Q. And then my character would go, hey!
I was watching the VOD.
Hey!
They did get you on that.
God damn it! These freaking frickers! These freaking frickers!
I mean, they got you. And that made me feel better.
Yeah, so that was smart of you to take it and just bind it all the way to, what, F12?
The key no one uses in English.
Yeah.
Unless, you're doing, I don't know. I mean, it's like the vertical, we're beyond semicolon and colon.
Here, you want to give this one a shot? Nice move, slash poke, 89 months. Oh, God, thank you, dude. Welcome back. Dylan's, bring back this old timer in. Long support. Thank you, dude.
Oh.
This scene was so sick, by the way. This scene was so awesome. When he starts shooting through the cracks. Oh,
like
man.
There? By the way, who am I?
You're Legolas.
Oh,
so there you go.
So I need to.
There you go. There you go. That's it, Uncle FMG. If they have a shield, then you're going to hit the top button. But for now, you're good. Doing these light attacks. There you go. Cut them down, Uncle FMG! Hey, Lily, hope you're doing good. You wanted to play as Legolas? Legolas is an awesome dual-purpose character with the range, but the up-close agility, the finesse. Such a cool, agile.
And I loved playing with Legos as a kid.
And Legos, Legolas, come on. Well, there is a Lego Lord of the Rings, so that's where it really would be bridged and tied back. There you go. Gandalf! Elijah Wood. The Elijah Wood distinct yell for Gandalf.
I'm not looking at the chat, but I'm sure right now people are talking about how my legs are moving around and I'm squirming in the chair as I'm playing.
I do the same thing. I notice I do head fakes, dodges. Gimli!
Will someone help me?
Oh, you bastards.
Keep cutting them down.
Death is...
Keep cutting them down. Excellent. Oh, that's health up there. If you can get to that green thing. Yes, nice. Oh, that was such a big play. Uncle FMG, yes. I wonder if he's like really good at, we got to maybe try and teach you how to shoot. So if you hit the left, yeah, there you go. If you hold down that top left button, there you go. And then start tapping A. Boy, you just did like a sick combo. There it is. There it is. Yeah, start spamming that. Start spamming that out there. There you go. Keep doing it. Yeah. Again. It's at least try and mix it in sometimes. Mix it in. Don't want to get you off your flow, though. Brody says this game looks fun as hell. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a Boromir in the chat. 'Tis a gift. Bring it in, and you have my
How
bow.
do I stomp on his head?
And you have my
That
bow.
would get it.
Hopefully they come in here. That would be very cool. Is that guy sliding along the ground?
Yeah, he's like a crawler. I made
Gifting a sub. Do you have my sword? And you have my
Oh.
axe. You're still going.
They have a cave troll.
Look at you go, Uncle FMG.
Son of a biscuit.
You gotta believe in yourself, Uncle FMG. Trust your instincts. There it is. Yep, that's it. That's definitely the play. Oh wow, he does huge
Wow, that was
damage.
huge.
He does huge damage.
Now what I need to do is go up here, jump.
No, run away. You can't jump. You can't jump. There's no
Can't
jumping.
jump, I
Get out of the
can't
corner.
jump.
Get out of the corner. Up. Away. That's good. Okay.
Sir
Now go
Bor-
find health. Go find health.
Run away, run away, run
Nope.
I can't get up there?
No, don't get up there. There you go. Health. The green stuff. Keep running. There's more health.
I see it. Do
No! Legolas! Let's give it up for Uncle FMG, who made it through the first part of the level.
Having never played the
Come
game.
on! You were doing great, Uncle FMG.
Taking off the brace.
Believe in yourself, Uncle. Look at this, the clap. Look at this. The only one who's trolling you is your son.
Well, he earned the right.
We have barred
Do you have
the
many
gates
stories of mine he's had to listen to?
in the deep.
Here's a good excuse. You're just trying to make me look good. You know? What a nice uncle. You don't have to do that, but Uncle FMG could beat this with his eyes closed, with his hands tied behind his back. Look at this. I'm Legolas. I'm Legolas. You guys like this gameplay? You have my bow.
You have my...
Thank you, Griff. Can you make sure we're caught up on those, Uncle FMG? I got it. They have a cave troll. You guys are going with the gifts.
Ghost fishing.
Bringing in... Yeah, Ghost Fishing, Griff Mac. Thank you guys for gifting those subs. There's a low chance that those people will come in here. The reference gifted subs rarely come into the stream, but I still like the effort. It's like, listen, we have to try anyways. If they do make it in here, it would be cool.
I was trying to figure out how I could set up the laptop over here so I could gift and comment at the same time.
No, you don't have to do that, Uncle FMG.
I got screwed the other night because I was on my phone and yada yada yada. Couldn't figure how to get the gifting
Uncle
going.
FMG
But
is known for gifting subs, that's for sure. Uncle FMG, IFT. Dude, the kick attack. There's got to be a down stab attack. I think you were doing it, but I'm not sure. That was cool.
Vanilla Whip. Those joke gift subs have such humor
Or
value.
50% of my paycheck? Dude, let's say 90. Let's be real.
By the way, Pizza Dude Man, so good. You know, meeting you the other night. It was awesome.
Yeah, the Pizza Dude, Uncle FMG hang sesh was real. Pizza Dude has been doing a great job helping to produce shows here. We'll be in the stream tomorrow night for the Retro Lab podcast. Episode 10 just went up on YouTube. Go check it out if you haven't yet.
At Planet X1,
Check it.
actually, I brought wings.
Yeah, wings and a burger and a delicious burger. I brought it down, showed everybody on stream. It was so good. I know in the second game you can play as Gandalf. I remember really enjoying playing as Gandalf. They have a
Cave Troll.
cave troll.
I mean, the way that line is delivered is so fantastic in the movie.
Awesome. So good. Spamming him with arrows. Let's run for it. He hits hard, but he's very slow. I like how the arrows like stay stuck inside of the cave troll for a bit. Right?
Right.
Nice little attention to detail.
So how do you jump up on his back and fire them into his head?
Ooh, wow.
Which, of course, I would have demonstrated, but
yeah, you know, but you're kind of
community-
setting it up. Yeah, you already know how to do that. Uncle FMG beats this game in his sleep. Whoa!
Oh,
Cutscene.
Weber Kettle, kids. All right.
Yo, Mr. Patton Bungle, thank you for 9 months. As Lord of the Rings is life. Oh, look, they jump you up here.
Oh, so now you are up top.
Ah, because they're like, listen, this happened in the movie, so what we're going to do is we're going to make the second phase of the boss up here. God, this game is great. Oh,
But-
he's using the chain, too. Awesome.
Of course, and I just want to point out that my natural instinct was to follow what the movie did,
Yeah,
and the
that was
game
it.
would not allow me.
You weren't there yet. Yeah, the mechanics weren't.
Not the mechanics.
Or not the
Not the
mechanics.
mechanics. The game developers deprived me of superior strategy.
Yeah, you had the right strategy. You just didn't realize that they would do it for you, which
No, they held me back.
they held you back. They should have just let you.
Obi-Wan keeps holding me back.
I just lost. See?
In many ways, I'm more powerful than him.
Damn it, Obi-Wan. God damn it, Obi-Wan.
He's as
Qui-Gon Jinn was so wrong, by
he
the
was
way.
wise as Master Yoda and as powerful as Master.
I wonder if Qui-Gon Jinn would have been like, ooh, that's my bad.
I will say this:
That is my bad. I really thought he was going to bring balance to the Force, you know?
in the Disney Plus Obi-Wan thingy, someone did a nice.
Hey,
move.
thank you, Judy Bloom. 3 years. Says, hi there, I'm becoming a father tomorrow. Wish us luck.
Holy cow!
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Very, very cool.
Let me offer 2 bits of unsolicited advice. One, every parent wants to see, oh, it's a kid's first steps. Push them down. Don't let them walk early, because once they start to walk, they're going to be running all over the place. 2,
Good advice. Yes, advice
you
for
can
the
have
future.
2 kids,
Yeah.
but when you go from 2 kids to 3 kids, you have to switch from man-to-man defense to zone defense. And
Yeah,
if you're
point.
going to switch to zone,
Good point.
feel free to have as many as you want, because you've already lost the battle. There you go.
Advice from a dad. Advice from a dad. Uncle FMG, would you like to take control again?
I would like to go get a beverage.
Go get a beverage. Let's get. Should we do a beverage check? I can go because I'm closer.
Do you?
You want something from the fridge? Smoke a beer?
I'm gonna push you here. Do you want to try the co-op thing, or are you opposed to getting ahead of the Lord of the Rings?
It
2
just-
Towers? Because
If-
what is this show? The show takes place when?
1,000 years before all this.
In a galaxy far, far away.
In a galaxy far, far away, aka Hogwarts.
And the midichlorians invade the ETs who have gremlins.
Spoiler alert, yes.
Well,
I would say that
someone correct me on this quote. By so and so's hammer.
it seems. I think I'm gonna say, you shall not pass. We gotta go in order. What are you talking about, Uncle FFG? We can't play. That's like when we watch the third movie, then watch the second movie.
So you're saying that?
What are we gonna? Let's just watch the movies out of order.
You're saying that?
Are you? What's in that cup? What is in that cup?
Liquid. So you're saying that this new show that's coming out, in which I rarely admit ignorance,
Yeah,
but
listen,
you're saying this new
listen.
knowledge that's is set in between?
No.
Then
It's set way before any of this. 1,000 years before any of this happens.
oh, so I can see the problem going from the 2 Towers to the Return of the King, because it's 1,040 years.
No. playing this in order doesn't necessarily have anything to do with the show Ring of Power. That's the new show. Playing this in order just is because you play stuff in order. You just play things in order, Uncle FMG. There's an order to life. There's an order to things. 1, then 2, then 3. Not 3, then 2.
Tell that to George Lucas.
Oh, God. Yo, if we're going off George Lucas rules, oh, God damn it. God damn.
I mean, I'm just
You
saying.
would have a point if the third movie came out, if Peter Jackson released the Return of the King first, then the Two Towers, then I would agree with you.
Then he would be...
He did not get me! People saying got him. No, that makes no sense. If we were playing Star Wars games and we were playing 4, 5, and 6, and you wanted to play the prequels, I would say, you know what, you've got a point there, and maybe it does make sense. I would understand that could make sense.
That would make him Peter Jack Lucas.
How about this, okay? Uncle FMG does not have the high ground. We're on equal. In fact, this chair is a little bit higher than the couch.
It is. I always ask for that chair.
I've got the high ground. All right, now in the chat, if you think we should continue playing in the order of the movies, 2, then 3, give us a 2, then 3. This is the order. Uncle FMG, you shall not pass. If you think we should go crazy, go insane, and go out of order, go crazy world, go absolutely mental, and
where you could watch me run into the wall in a co-op play while
which Uncle FMG could do right now as he plays by himself. But for some reason he wants to. All right, let's see here. In the chat, as you get a beverage, let's go ahead and see what the chat's got for us here. I don't know. I don't know if we have Lego Star Wars, unless it's on the GameCube, because again, we don't have PlayStation 2, we don't have Xbox or Xbox 360. Oh, you said Star Wars. I thought you meant Lego Lord of the Rings. 2, then 3. Seeing a lot of 2, then 3 here. Seeing a lot of 2, then 3. I think the 2, then 3 is... I think the 2, then 3 makes the most sense. Here, I'll just run it back right here. Uncle FMG's going to refill here.
It was here that we would find far more than the tomb of Balin, Lord of Moria.
You guys...
We have barred the gates, drums in the deep. You cannot get out. They are coming.
I mean... Everybody's got a crazy uncle, and that is the demonstration right there. I think he just doesn't want there to be so much focus on his character playing by himself. I don't know. I mean, I'm literally getting game over as well, though. You know, it's like, I'm getting game over, too. 3 has co-op. No, we've established that. That's the point. That's why he wants to play 3. I'm saying, listen, we can get through this and then go to 3 tonight. If we get through this, there's time. There's time for both. I'm just saying, the overall plan is to play Lord of the Rings games over the next 1.5 months. We're going to play this, we're going to play Return of the King, and then I already own Shadow of War. I don't own Shadow of Mordor yet, but I'd like to play through both of those. Those are the games that I think we should be playing leading up to the show. And then I guess I'll play Gollum, even though I'm kind of being a hater about that game, and I don't think it's going to be that good. We're going like crazy on Lord of the Rings content here over the next couple months. We don't here to watch the gameplay. Lily, type that again and give it a listen, if you're going to FMG happy, ha. We don't here to play the... What sentence is that? What is a... Oh, the gameplay! Oh, boy. Listen, this is why we need a full-time producer in the Retro Lab. I'm running audio. I'm doing the lights. I'm doing the video. I'm doing the behind the scenes. I'm doing in front of the scenes. I'm doing... We need more team members. We need the pizza dude. This is where the pizza dude comes in handy. You know, he does a lot for the stream. That's a classic, though, man. That's just me still getting used to the new space. I was just testing you guys to see how long you guys would... Oh, man. Well, I mean, you missed some crazy gameplay. I have to say, I was gaming out of this world. I was... Uncle FMG gifting subs from upstairs. Uncle FMG, what are you doing?
Nice moves.
Unless this actually isn't Uncle FMG. X-Files theme song. That's not the... I can't remember the actual... You know what I mean. You know what I mean. Thank you, Disco KB, 10 months. Welcome back. Very cool. Lurk it up. Lurk it up. And 28 gifting a sub to Simo Ezka. Simo Ezka. Uncle FMG gifting some subs. Big time 10 gifted subs from Uncle FMG. Who went upstairs to gift subs. Hooking it up. Gifting gifter mode. Boromir strats. Thank you, Uncle FM. I'll thank him when he gets back down here in person. This is a really tough game. I mean, we're playing on normal. Oh my god, we're getting smoked. Come on. Over here. Some guy pretending to be you in the chat's been gifting subs. Some guy pretending to be you.
Identity theft is real. Protect yourselves.
I will update you and say that you were overruled. The high ground did win out. We're going to continue with this. But the game plan is play through this, then get to the co-op. We can trade off or we can not trade off. Up to you on if you want to keep playing solo style.
You know what?
But also, if there's one person playing and one person not playing, then one person can kind of look at the chat a little bit easier.
I'm happy to be your
strats.
man, sir.
And I'll do the same if you're playing. You know, strats, parameters.
I will say this, that I was pleasantly surprised. Obviously, the second go-around with Legolas was more satisfactory than my first round with...
oh, yeah, you were slaying. You were doing great.
But, yeah, I'm happy. I am happy to add to whatever content, because this stream is all about content.
Good to hear, Uncle FMG. And, hey, thanks for all the gifted subs. And thanks for being here tonight, Uncle FMG. Guys, Epic Shakes in the chat. Epic Shakes in person. Feeling good to be here in the Retro Lab, playing games, enjoying it
This is
all
my
of
happy
you all.
place.
We couldn't be here without you. Also, to catch you up, Uncle FMG, I totally played this prank on the chat where I kept this camera up so they couldn't see the gameplay, and then I acted like I didn't know that the game wasn't on the stream and I was gaming, and it was all just a big joke that I played. And these guys actually thought that I didn't know and that I actually forgot. Can you believe that?
And Lily played right
Can
in.
you,
Lily was
it's just
ridiculous.
In on that. No
Lily
idea.
was in on it.
These guys are just a bunch of freaking idiots, man. These guys had no idea. These guys are... Every single thing is carefully planned out. Listen, Uncle FMG, tell them about the pre-stream storyboard. You thought these movies had high production values? Yeah, this is the Retro Lab 2022.
We cleared out this back wall. We put up the whiteboard. And much like Pixar makes movies, we were plotting out
Yep.
everything that we were going to
That's
do.
right.
Including using some double-sided tape to make sure that our whiteboard was evenly aligned.
I died again. This game is impossible. This game is literally the hardest game ever made.
Oh, wait,
this game
Dave.
is the most insane game. This game sucks. This game's horrible. Fuck this game. Fuck Lord of the Rings. I'm never playing this game again. I'm never watching Lord of the Rings.
If only it were a 7-hour run that all of a sudden bombed. Oh, well, you know, return this, return that.
Yeah. Brutal. You want to give it a shot or you want me to keep going? Up to you.
Oh, it seems who am I?
Your Uncle FMG.
No, what am I doing? Here am I. What am I supposed to do?
Click replay mission.
And kill the bad people.
And just, yeah.
It was
Kill the
here that
cave
we
troll.
would
That
find
part, he
far
hits so
more
hard.
than
What are we
two
supposed to
fine
do?
So I'm Gimli?
You're Gimli.
Is that a statement about my height?
Oh no, you're Legolas.
We have barred the gates, drums in the deep. You cannot get out.
Legolas.
Yeah, you're Legolas. Dodge, I guess?
The dick?
Yeah, just dodge. Smile. Just dodge more. You can't dodge! You can't dodge. You see me running, you have to attack at some point in time. I'm obviously trying to dodge.
Run away!
Yeah.
Run away!
Run away. Probably stick with one character. We're going to split the upgrades between each of the characters. I would say that we're going to... Well, after this level, we'll be level 2 with every single character. And so... Dude, there is no dodge roll, you guys. There's no dodge roll. You can't just dodge. There's like a little back step, but I have to be aiming right at the character, so I have to turn to the side and then back step to dodge. Steal yourself! The dodge is like not that good in this game. I don't think there was anything wrong with how I approached that boss fight. It's just that I got a little greedy on the damage. You get a little chip damage, then you move again.
A foul beast approaches.
Gotta get a little chip damage, then move. Kill them before they kill you. Of course. I'm gonna get a beverage real quick.
Protect me while I...
Also, just
I know
wanna
I
make
can't
sure
see
that
them, but I know that I'm hitting them.
You have my bow, you have my sword, and my axe.
Come
Griff,
on!
those fish, thanks for all those gifts. Just scrolling back to make sure we didn't miss anything. Mr. Patton, Judy Bloom, 28, gifting a sub to C-Mode. Uncle FMG gifting Jax Tony in a sub. Disco KB, 10. Okay, we're all caught up. Uncle FMG, 10 gifted subs. Enjoy the gifts. 'Tis a gift. I'm gonna grab something from the fridge. You guys need anything?
Legolas, get your own nurse mother.
Cheers, guys, to the retro future. Smoking beers. Excellent. Love that finisher. Looks so cool. Excellent.
Uh-oh, I need help.
Yeah, start scanning around. There's got to be some... Oh, uh-oh.
They have a cave troll.
They have a cave troll. We need at least one person in the chat saying that every time. Would anybody...
Otherwise, I will just keep saying it because I love that
Well,
line.
we're going to say it anyways, too. Yeah, so we're going to say it.
Oh, Jesus.
Run
he
away, run
doesn't
away,
like
run away.
me.
Loop him around, loop him around. because he's standing on
Run
some health. So if you
away,
loop
run away.
around,
I
you
saw that green.
yeah, there it is.
Boom.
Nice. Uncle FMG.
Yeah.
Uncle FMG.
As I just said, for those of you a minute ago,
Uncle
you know what?
Gamer.
Frodo, get your own nurse, mother.
Uncle Gaming. Come on.
Oh,
That's all right. That's all right. Yeah, get out of the corner. Get out of the corner. Stop attacking.
I know.
Run. Just run for
Jesus, this is like world.
it. Just run for it. There you go. More health.
Gimme.
Nice. You got it. You got it.
It's always Aragon.
Aragon.
Yeah, save me, save me.
Ah, he's coming after me. He doesn't like me. Oh, that's gonna.
No,
leave
you
us.
were okay. That's not too bad. You remember how to use your.
No, I'm losing a bit of that. How do I arrow?
It's left trigger, so top left of the controller will activate the bow, and then you could just go and hit him with fierce attacks too if you wanted to try that. But there you go. There you go.
I might need some.
Might need some health. Yeah. Yeah. Search for the health now.
There we go. There we go. There
Got
we go.
it. Yes.
Got it.
You got it. You got it. Full HP. The other NPCs are taking out the orcs, and then there you go. Good. Nice. Nice. Some chip damage. Can you stun lock? I don't know. I think he does.
Oh.
I think he does a low attack that will hit you no matter what. Steal yourself. There you go. Back to full HP. Good. It might not have been great advice to use the arrows because it doesn't do that much damage.
It feels good.
But it looks cool. And it is doing damage. There you go. Yeah, he does a little low attack. You're still doing pretty...
Oh, fuck you. It's a family stream. That's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt.
Uncle FMG literally sliding out of the couch and into the game. Getting into it full body. I do the same thing, and I didn't notice until I started streaming that I like head fake and... Yeah, that was so... You were like sliding. There's like a kick going out. There's like a kick going out.
And in the pre-gaming world, when people, including me, they'll stick out their tongue when they're trying
Well, Michael
to do
Jordan,
something.
I mean, Michael Jordan's got the Michael Jordan face when he's playing basketball, you know? Somebody says Agro says the sleeping bag may be contributing to it. It does have a little bit of a slide factor to it. That's fair.
You know what? You need a bean bag in the retro lab. A bean.
Where would it go?
Wherever
Where would it go?
Wherever the sorcerer says it goes.
I'm going to say that is a good idea, but I want to also say...
But don't have cats, because they'll think it's a litter box.
Where would
and
it
pee on
go? I love it.
How about observers, like I was the other night? I could
Maybe-
just sit over there in the
maybe-
bean bag with a microphone.
We could bring it in. This table could move over there. Then the beanbag would be like down here. Then we got to think the camera. We got to mic them up on the beanbag. Dude, what if we got a hanging chair? As long as we're thinking of ideas.
How about a habit trail? with
hanging
actual hamsters running around during
A
the
whole
stream.
hamster circuit with a GoPro attached to there. I don't know, a miniature GoPro hamster cam.
Who took my cheese?
Wait, we actually have what I think is a very good Uncle FMG idea. So you guys remember the bird camera, right? Uncle FMG had the idea of putting a bird feeder out there next to the nest. So right now the nest is empty. We have an empty nest. But if and when... Nice moves, LPK, man. Son of a bitch. Welcome back. Thank you. Yo, yo, yo.
sir.
What up, dude? Guys, bring them back in. Epic shakes with these Dylans coming in with the resubs. Epic shakes for these returning Dylans. Nice moves. Very cool. Very cool. What if we put a bird feeder out there, and then we have the bird camera just more often on the tree? It's less dependent upon birds being in the nest and more just something we can cut to and check out because we'll be feeding the birds.
And here's what I told FMG, which is, you know, I'm an old man, and eventually, you know, they sit on park benches and throw. But seriously, in my apartment, I'm on the 4th floor. I've got a deck, and I put out this bird feeder, and it is so funny to watch the different types of birds come around. Like, one type of bird come along, like, you know what? I don't like this food. And so they'll just sit there with their beaks and they'll just throw it on the ground. Yeah. And then the other birds go, well, I'll take that's on the ground then. And then the other ones are coming in, and they are very funny animals. And my favorite animal growing up was dinosaurs, and dinosaurs came from birds and vice versa.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
There you have it. But God bless America, they are funny the way. And then we have what we call the cleanup crew, when a different species of birds comes in to go on the astroturf on a deck. Yeah. And they just clean up all the stuff that everybody else is
I thought that was a great idea, Uncle FMG. We're going to maybe explore that idea. Just want to, well, hold on.
And we will not be anti-squirrel. Squirrels are people too.
Squirrels are people, which is a phrase that people say when they're talking about how squirrels are squirrels.
Pizza Dude, just watched that movie, my man. Great reference, Step Brothers.
That's Uncle FMG reference approved right there, ladies and gentlemen. Uncle FMG, a.k.a. the master of references.
However obtuse they may be.
The more obtuse, the higher the higher the approval.
The reference you had to get to the reference.
Hold on. I've got an idea. If there is, go ahead and in the chat, just make a reference. And I want Uncle FMG to see if he can understand the reference. Now, make sure you guys are referencing something referenceable. Make sure you're referencing something referenceable. And Uncle FMG is going to check the reference and call out the reference test.
But I want a mod to play the reference clip.
That's too deep. That's too deep of a callback to explain. If they won't know how to find that.
It's top 10 FMG clips ever.
It is top 10, but focus on this mission here. Mission.
Here's what I tell people. If I have seen a movie and you quote a line, I will know the movie.
They're doing it. They're doing it right now. Call it out, Uncle FMG. Do you know? The night is dark and full of terrors. What is it?
No idea.
No idea.
Name
Next.
the movie.
I'm very important.
No, name the movie.
I have many leather. Wait, were you?
I'm saying you can have a reference if I don't know the movie.
Okay. Then name the movie if we don't know it. I'm very important. Many leather-bound books in my apartment smells of rich mahogany. I do know that one.
Anchorman.
That's Anchorman. Nailed it. These pretzels are making me thirsty.
Seinfeld,
got it. The rug really tied the room together.
Big Lebowski.
Of course. Big gulps, huh? Well, see you later.
No.
Dumb and Dumber. We're in for a blow.
I never watched Dumb and Dumber.
I don't know that one. We're in for a blow? No idea. Do you know that one?
Don't know scrap.
Okay. You are a smelly pirate hooker. Go back to your home on Whore Island. I think that's Anchorman as well. Yeah, that's Anchorman. He called the shit poop.
If
Dumb
someone
and Dumber.
says Hermione, is that not a reference to whatever?
I'd say we did pretty good there. Nice job with the references, guys.
Back off, man. I'm a scientist. But that reminds me of my favorite quotes from... You took money out of my pocket. What mobster film do you want that to refer to?
You took money out of my pocket? That's FMG lore. That's from when my neighbor in New York was being a bit aggressive towards me.
I
and it was
knew I
caught on
don't know what
stream.
to do. That's me.
You're taking money right out of my pocket.
I never saw Billy Madison.
The Goon. Oh, Billy Madison. Classic. So good. You never saw that, Uncle FMG?
Nope.
Wow, it's a good one. 90s Adam Sandler, you know?
Never saw This Is the End.
Oh, you know what? I only saw part of that movie, so I would not be able to get references on, except for
LPK, man.
your
You're going to see
references
some
are so
serious
tight.
shit from Back to the Future Part 1.
You're gonna see some serious shit. Dude, Back to the Future's got some pretty nice quotes. Pretty quotable movie.
I didn't see Joe versus Volcano.
Probably one of the best. I don't know. Back to the Future is so good. Hey, what's up, Turbergies?
Hey, turds.
What up, dude?
How about I give you all some and you name the movie?
Oh, references with Uncle FMG. All right. Now the real test here begins.
Mr. McKittrick, I've come to the conclusion that your new defense system sucks.
Who's got it? Who's got it? Who's got it? First in the chat. You have to do a fierce attack.
Yes, Hell Jester. You come back to me with foul mouths and foul attitudes.
Hell Jester got it.
Yep.
That's 10 reference, Uncle FMG reference points. Running Commando, nice moves. What up, dude? Welcome back. Thank you.
Aggro's just going to answer Independence Day to everything.
Independence Day until he gets it right. That's a method. Right? We can say that's a method.
Yes, Night of the Moon, but then again, you get Wordles and 2 guesses, so is that really
yeah, he's the Night of the
surprising?
Moon. He's the Wordle champion. I haven't played Wordle in a long time. It is a great game, though.
I have 2 words for you. Shut the fuck up.
Is that the next reference, or are you... Okay. Just making sure. Let's go ahead and clarify.
This is a movie I really want to watch.
Okay. Oh my gosh.
And I really I really swear.
I think that's from Finding Nemo.
No, you guys know I use fracking from Battlestar Galactica. I don't use the Fdom. Boom! 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 Someone gift Scrum Bucket a sub, because that is about obtuse as I can get. Well done, sir.
Yo, what is it from? What's it from?
Midnight Run, starring Charles Grodin and De Niro. It's about
I've never
bounty
seen it.
hunter. That is such a good movie.
Oh, hey.
Yahe. I
Griff's-
say hello in a lot of languages.
Griff
Not yours,
just
of
made it
course.
happen. Griff just actually gifted a sub to Scrum Bucket, just like
Thank
that.
you, Griff.
Uncle FMG called for it. Griff, the call of, there's something there. The call of Gondor, the call of Uncle FMG door, there's something.
I have had...
FMG calls for aid! FMG calls for gifts!
I have asked for people to...
No, you've never done
gift when
that.
I have had technical difficulties. I have rewarded them, I'd like to think. But...
Oh, you have done that?
Oh, yes. Never on stream. But, all right, kids. Here's an easy one.
The next one is?
Very easy.
Yes? And the next reference is?
You don't speak Latin. Well, then this is something we shall have to remedy.
No idea. No idea. Anybody? That's too deep of a cut for me.
Reaver or Raver, I'm sorry how to pronounce it. That's it. You're absolutely correct.
Reaver got it.
Yep.
Braveheart, pretty quick.
Now, I'm throwing up some softballs now, which is I have a very special set of skills.
Oh my God. Skills that make me a nightmare for people like you, or whatever he says. Skills that make me a problem for people like you. Liam Neeson
It is, in fact, Taken 1. Here we go.
Here we go. Oh, you got another one?
I may get the numbers wrong, but you'll get the idea if you've seen it.
Yeah.
That's 25 minutes away. I'll be there in 10.
No idea. No idea. Taken again?
Bingo! Cured salami. Nicely done.
Pulp Fiction. Who says that?
Winston Wolfe. By the way, for what it's worth, I have a framed picture of Winston Wolfe at the door when he first comes to the house. When he goes, "I'm Winston Wolfe. I solve problems." I have that framed picture in my office
Nice.
because for 10 plus years as an attorney, when people would come to me and they would see that, I'm like, that's what I do.
That's
I
what
solve
I do.
problems.
I'm the problem solver. You never saw Pulp Fiction?
I highly recommend it. In fact,
Make it happen, yeah.
here's one of the fun things about if you have seen Pulp Fiction
Yeah.
and you're trying to go to sleep at night,
Yeah.
is you replay the movie in your head and you try and do it in chronological order. Because in Quentin Tarantino fashion, it cuts back and forth through time.
Oh, yeah.
And the very beginning is the very end, and you try and figure out what things happen in what order.
Sure.
And I will now drop this.
Yes?
My age. Godfather. Scorsese. Martin Scorsese. Godfather. Then Godfather 2.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
The only back-to-back.
Hold on. I actually haven't seen those.
So we're going to do this. Godfather 1, Best Picture. Godfather 2,
Yeah.
Best Picture.
Yeah.
He's now filming Apocalypse Now, and
Yeah.
he is running out of money to film Apocalypse Now.
Oh, that's right.
So he makes a deal with NBC to recut the two movies that instead of in flashback order, they will go chronologically. And he sells that. And, of course, in the Lucasfilm to TBS deal that we will throw in some extra scenes that have never been seen, which is why if you see Star Wars on TBS, there may be 2 seconds of something you've never seen before. NBC said, yeah, and he took that money for redoing the entire Godfather 1, Godfather 2 movies in chronological order, took that movie, finished Apocalypse Now, and won yet another Oscar. However,
lore check. Cool.
They did not compete against the Ninja movie from Friday. So
Ninja 3 domination.
I think Scorsese kind of got by the skin of his teeth.
I think everybody said, listen, that's the best movie ever made. Let's just have some awards for everything else. Because Ninja 3 is the best movie ever made. Again, loved the watch party on Friday. Thanks, everybody, for enjoying it with us.
And I'm sorry I missed the golf scene because,
Yeah, you're still getting things ready.
It's a blend between a California sense of me and Kentucky bluegrass. And the great thing about this is You can play 18 holes of it during the day and go home at night and smoke and get stoned to the bejesus and wait for the reference.
That was actually a reference check. Anybody? He just did it. He snuck it in there. That was the next one. Hey, thank you, Fox Knight, for 78 months. Welcome back, Dylan. Nice moves. Hope you're doing good.
Caddyshack, Kurt Slammy, you are on a roll.
Yeah, he's on it. All over it. I've never seen Godfather 1 and 2, and I went to watch it one time on a plane, and I stopped because I thought to myself, this is not an ideal way to watch this movie. With what I've heard about these films, I should watch it in a better setup. The sound, the size.
If I may be,
Yeah.
I just want to suggest to you, maybe you and me were familiar. Perhaps sometime off stream, I could put up a little sauce, a little pasta upstairs. We come down, we sit in the 2 chairs. We put it up on the screen. We watch. I tell you some references. I fill up some things. We do Godfather 1. We do Godfather 2. And then we laugh about pissing on the tape of Godfather 3. But, there is. We don't have the great books anymore. People don't read the great books.
Yeah.
But I would submit that The Godfather, we know great movies now.
Yeah.
I would submit that if you don't know to take the cannoli and leave the gun, that's a reference you need to know.
All I know is there's a horse that gets its head cut off because that's been referenced enough, and it's in his
And I tell you, that young waitress, she was the best piece
You
of...
come in here on
I'm
the
gonna
day of
stop.
you come in here on the day of my daughter's wedding.
And you've heard, of course,
You come in here.
You've heard, because it gets into the lexicon.
Yeah.
I gave him an offer he couldn't refuse.
I gave him an
that
offer,
comes from that movie. No.
I have seen Freddy Got Fingered, so there is that. So at least I've seen that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Vetric, I'll take that offline because I think they are both 10 out of 10 movies, but different.
Oh my God.
They have dealing with different eras. Oh, absolutely. And by the way, the helicopters, I'm watching for them all the time. LPK, man, I actually just used that in a PowerPoint presentation. It is from Jerry Maguire.
Jerry Maguire's got some quotes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Jerry Maguire's got some pretty serious quotes. Oh my God, I thought I blocked it. Not looking good. No.
Night of the Moon,
no.
K.
Oh my God, that
This
guy
one
dropped
time.
hell.
This one time only. By the way,
Dylan's, I'm doing it. I'm beginning to believe. Oh no.
I have never bet.
Yes!
I have never. I've never bet against FMG in any poll.
We have a cave troll. Not anymore. What does he say? When Gandalf gets mad that they make the noise down the. Remember what he says? Gandalf gets so mad when they make the initial noise that draws the attention of the orcs. Because he...
Fool of a took.
You fool of a took. Is that it?
I think it is.
He scolds him. He scolds him.
Turd.
Isn't there more to it than Fool of a Took? He has like a whole little thing that he says, but that's the main line for sure. Man, that was brutal.
Turd, I've been saving them up. I noticed that the Red Lobster has disappeared. I'm not yet suing for a false inducement, but I am saving them up.
All right, I'm getting some upgrades.
Hi, Jason.
We're gonna play as Legolas. Jason, what's up, dude? What up? Wow, that was really quite difficult.
That's why I let you demonstrate people what I usually do.
Yeah, thank you for that.
We spent hours today with me showing him through these levels.
A little behind the scenes, that's right.
It's all about content.
This is all rehearsed. This is all pre-planned.
Jaws, Pikmin.
Damn, that was brutal.
All right, here's one that no one...
Production photos. Cool.
No one without Googling, I swear to you, will get this.
Yeah? This is the deepest, most unknown reference.
Such is the world, your eminence. No, such have we made it. Such have I made it.
What, Shrek 3. Shrek Fast and the Furious 8.
Yes, for those of you who said Weekend at Bernie's 2.
Weekend at Bernie's 2, yeah. Weekend at Bernie's 2. These are pretty cool.
And it is one of my all-time favorite movies. And is outside anything to do with anything that we do here. So there you go. That's why.
Wait, was it actually Weekend at Bernie's 2?
No.
Okay. I was like, holy shit. Did we say the answer? Did anybody get it?
No, they'll go all night. And until someone Googles it, they'll go all night.
Oh, okay.
Now, rear end.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wait, that's a different title.
That's a different title. Leprechaun 2, Cars 2.
How could they keep making so many Chucky movies or Leprechaun movies?
You can say that about a lot of series, really. I mean, really? 3 even of those? Fast and the Furious has gone far beyond what's necessary. Land Before Time? Hey. Cut it out. Even Jurassic Park. What the fuck are they doing with that series?
What about Fast in Time for an Oil Change? You know.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
I love Die Hard Aggro, and that is a chock full.
Die Hard, Die Harder, Die Hardest, Live.
There are more one-liners
Live Young
in that
and Die
movie.
Hard.
For our fellowship.
You can even argue that they maybe like have been.
Oh my God, Mr. Peace. I don't know if you Googled it, but you nailed it.
Fly, you fools.
Wow.
Boromir emotes.
But it would become darker still.
Cutting back to the game, very cool.
I would have gone with you to the end.
Love that part.
Fires of Mordor.
See, this is how in the Two Towers game they're kind of recapping Fellowship of the Ring, which I like.
Who carries the fate of us all? We must defend it.
And there is you have to blend them.
Yep.
And for storytelling purposes, sometimes for movie purposes, they're not the same as the book. Or for video game purposes, they're not the same as the book. And that's why you have to give these artists, which is what video game designers and directors are, they are artists, some artistic license, in my humble opinion.
I think this in particular is more about the timing of them getting the licensing and the other game coming out and them wanting to separate themselves from the other game, which was titled Fellowship of the Ring. And so they said, listen, we're going to call it Two Towers, but we're going to include the Fellowship of the Ring story in there, just in a condensed version, just to cover our bases there, because there's also some cool stuff. And so we've seen the scene where Frodo at the very beginning, I mean, they had the prologue, right? With the tutorial, which is the original war, which we saw at the very beginning of the stream. Then they went right to the scene, the campfire, where they have the fire lit up and the riders, not the riders of Rohan. What are the nine Nazgul? The Nazgul come in and stab Frodo. So there was that scene. And so we've gotten like quick little snippets of the Fellowship of the Ring, even though this game is just totally titled.
But I want to go back to your original comment, which is you've become the lawyer and I have become the artist, because you're talking about rights and licenses.
Yes.
And I'm talking about artistic vision. But, you know.
I think the artistic vision is dictated by the rights in this scenario. But maybe I missed your point. Maybe I missed your point of the artistic vision. Maybe try me again. Maybe I'm missing it.
That the games and the movies do not have to have linear, strict limitations to the text of each book.
Sure. Well, this
and the idea of being able to blend scenes. I mean,
yes. Well, this is completely independent of the books as well, because, again, back to the rights, if we're talking params, because this company did not have the rights to the books at all. They had to stick just to Peter Jackson's New Line Cinema movies.
Yes, but Chicago pizza is not a casserole.
Yes, it is. Oh, my God. Yes, it is. Oh, my gosh. That's such a good way to put it. That's so funny. I love Chicago pizza, but it is a casserole. It's a casserole. It's a big, giant casserole that they just call pizza for some reason. It's the thickest. Like, it's delicious. Again, that's not a knock against it. Reverse epic shake. Yeah. A breadline casserole. I haven't had Chicago-style pizza in, like, 6, 7, 8. I mean, I've been to Chicago in a long time. Woo! Have you been recently?
Chicago?
Yeah. Anybody, when was the last time you guys had a Chicago pie?
It's my favorite city, and if it had been 700 miles further south, it would have been perfect.
Yeah, right? It's just close enough to be kind of far.
I do want to warn the viewers, as
Uncle FMG warning, incoming.
Jackson found out this weekend, you know, there are so many good restaurants to eat in St. Louis, and there are so many good places, but St. Louis has this little thing called Provel cheese that you will not find, to my knowledge, anywhere else in the United States. And Provel is not the same thing as provolone.
No, it's not.
I personally do not care for Provel. But it is a predominant feature on what people call St. Louis-style pizza.
Yep.
Etc. So if you're coming here, and I encourage you to do so, because St. Louis has many things to offer visitors, but just make sure you know whether you're ordering Provel or provolone.
Yeah, pizza advice from Uncle FMG. Provel is like a mixture of a couple different cheeses. I don't know what they are. I'm not a huge Provel guy. Not that I dislike it, but it won't be my first choice. But people go crazy for it here. Emo's Pizza is the big spot that people really I guess, did it start with Emo's Pizza? I don't know. You tell me, Uncle. Or did it start in the Hill?
I don't know. It probably started in some evil laboratory with Dr. Wickenstein or whatever his name was earlier.
Dr. Provel.
I don't know. It's a bit plastic and a bit. I don't know.
I've always been more of a medium thickness style pizza guy, and it's thin crust predominantly.
Well, I love thin crust, but you can put Provel on a thick crust. You can ship it up to Chicago and dump it on your casserole.
Sure.
Or, by the way, it's not a casserole. And, but it has a very distinct taste, which you either love or you hate.
Yeah.
I'm not a hater, I'm a lover.
I would take a Chicago
but I
style.
hate that.
Yeah, I would prefer a Chicago style over I'm New York slice first and foremost. New York's got to be my favorite. I've never been to Italy, so I don't know. There's my power move. There we go. Trying to use some of the new moves that I've unlocked, Trying to. Emphasis on trying to.
I find interesting in the game the feedback that it tries to give you about, okay, that was good, that was excellent, that was fair.
Yeah.
Is that common in games? I don't find it to be.
Devil May Cry did that. Guys, other series that kind of rate you, there are certain games that do that. And it's not extremely popular, but it is a thing. It's a thing. Scores, XP. Yeah, some other games do it by letter ranking, S tier, A tier. I remember I played Devil May Cry 5, and it just gives you a way of judging your combat. Like in this, it's all about keeping the combo going. Like that's how it's not taking damage, outputting good damage, and then it gives us extra XP at the end for leveling up. Boromir, no! "'Tis a gift." That's his final words, right?
To you, I pledge my undying fidelity.
He goes, "Come closer, Aragorn." And with his dying breath, he said, "'Tis a gift. 'Tis a gift." There we go. Arrow spam, let's go.
Love Skyline Chili, and the thing in St. Louis is called a slinger, which has not only the 5-way chili, but also 2 hamburger patties. Most frequently consumed somewhere after midnight.
Yeah.
And as late as they can get after the bars close.
Yeah.
But a slinger is a St. Louis thing that's basically a Skyline Chili with a couple of hamburger patties and an egg, as I recall. Yeah, of course I've heard of Godfather's Pizza. Their ads were fantastic. I think I had them a couple of times. But Godfather's Pizza, if you're a St. Louis, and almost reminds me of Pantera's a bit.
Pantera's?
Yeah, they had the same sort of sausage pellets, as I recall. But Godfather's had a great ad campaign. By the way, over the 4th of July weekend, there was a fascinating series on the History Channel about food, the history that made us, American food, the history that made us.
Mm-hmm.
And they had all these fascinating stories about how Pizza Hut began versus how Domino's.
1 second, Uncle FMG. Hold on. Be at peace. Let's put him to rest. Let's put him to rest. F's in the chat. FMG Boro's in the chat. Let's pay our respects. Boromir. Boromir. 006. Ned Stark.
Rest
in peace.
Mission rating, Good. Look,
Continue.
I live.
You can continue the point you were making now, Uncle FMG. I just wanted to make sure that we caught that.
Oh, no one knows what point I was making.
Okay. Not even me. That's where you take your glasses off of you. Not even me.
Glasses are a great prop for public speaking.
Yeah.
It is a gift.
Tis a gift. We got a gifting gifter gifting a sub to
Griff
Boromir.
Mac, Boromir, of course.
Bringing them in, badging them up. Hopefully,
Never has so small a
hopefully
thing
they show up.
caused so much trouble.
Hopefully they show
The
up.
story of Pizza Hut and Domino's is part of this series on the American History Channel. They talk about how these different companies craft versus actually it was the Prohibition and Pabst who started to produce cheese and who could mass-produce cheese. Kellogg's versus Post. McDonald's versus whoever. First in the chat, where was the first fast food franchise initiated and who was it?
What do you think, guys? Tis a quiz.
There's a lot of Googling going on.
Yeah.
A lot of Googling going on.
Yeah, no Googling allowed. Honor system. Bum, bum, bum.
Getting colder. Getting colder.
Should we watch an interview with Peter Jackson? Should we watch this?
Why not?
All right. Let's check this out, guys. This could be cool. Peter Jackson and Barry Osborne discuss the film and the game.
I don't want to encourage carpal tunnel syndrome, so I will tell you the answer. It is White Castle in Wichita, Kansas. First fast food restaurant. First drive-through, In-N-Out Burger.
I did not know that.
What we've done is a culmination of a huge amount of work involving thousands of people.
I like how he kind of has like a... No offense, this is not meant to be offensive, but doesn't he have kind of like a dwarfish... Like he almost looks like he could be a hobbit or a... It's almost like he was meant to direct this movie. Peter Jackson.
He's not from Bank of America.
No, he's not.
I think definitely that there was such care that went into making these
He's half
movies,
hobbit.
I can see that. He's a very tall hobbit.
Yeah, he is.
The team that's building the games is great because I know they're putting in an equal amount of care and effort into bringing a really rich game.
That's so offensive. That offends me that you find that offensive.
I'm offended by your offensiveness. I'm sorry if you're offended by my offensiveness.
That offends me.
That's a non-apology.
That offends
apology.
me that you apologize for offending people. That offends me actually.
Helicoptering all around the country, and they
I'm offended by your half apology for my offending your
perfect
offensive.
hill. It was about 60 or 70 miles away from the nearest town. It was in the middle of the South Island. It was
Dude, look how awesome that looks.
By the way, kids, if they kept many of the things in Hobbit Town, they are still available for you to tour if you go on vacation to New Zealand.
Future sister went.
Did she really?
Yeah. She went down and they visited all the different... They went to the Shire and did all that. She said it was really cool. I'm going to turn the air up a little bit.
The actors were quite excited about it.
The battle for Helm's Deep is over.
That's right, TwitchCon New Zealand. That's what's going to do.
Hell yeah, let's do it.
We built a miniature of Helm's Deep, but what was interesting was that there wasn't just a model, there was a huge miniature. It was a quarter scale, but it was in itself about 30 or 40 feet wide. And it was so big that we could just photograph it with our cameras and it wouldn't look like a miniature, it just looked totally believable.
What? I didn't know that.
The movie is really a great script and a great cast. I imagine when you're doing a game, it's many of the same challenges.
You want to talk about epic emotional moments in a movie? It's when the elves
and then become excited
show
by that
up.
story and compelled by that story to actually see it come to
With
life.
Gandalf?
No, in the defense of the two towns.
Oh, that's right.
It's
Even
so
before
emotional.
Gandalf gets there. Yeah. Incredible when the elves show up. So good. Man, this is actually making me so hyped for the new show.
Makes me want to rewatch the whole. And yeah, I bought the original DVDs, and then I bought the banded DVDs.
Mm-hmm.
And now, does anybody know what a DVD is?
I think it's something you like plug your cassette tape player in to play your mini discs, and then it rewinds your 56K internet.
Oh, I actually may have a 110 330 KB modem for you.
Hey, bring it in.
You got shelves now.
Yeah, the Retro Lab. We're always looking for more retro gear in the Retro Lab. DVD. Those miniatures look crazy. That enhances... I've never watched the behind-the-scenes stuff. I feel like that would majorly enhance my appreciation of those movies, which is already maxed out. Hey, Lily, thank you for the 300 bits. It says, I have to say, this game has really taken me back. Thanks for streaming it. Well,
Lily,
thank you.
Did you play the next game? You know, the one where you could do cooperative play with two people at the same time, by any chance?
Because we'll be getting to that tonight. Once we beat this, then we'll be playing that, and we'll be doing co-op tonight. That's the game plan. Let's keep it going. We're going to be playing both, demonstrating both. Of course. Here, it's your turn, Uncle FMG.
All right. Now, as I tell all the young attorneys and interns in my office, learn, please learn from my mistakes. Don't make them for yourself.
We gotta dispel this
forest is old.
This attitude of
very old.
Already not believing in yourself, Uncle FMG. I want you to know that I'm not okay with that.
Fine, let's turn on Perfect Dark. Or Shadows of the Empire.
I understand that. I understand that you believe
we're in a twin-stick world, and I'm a worldly whatever the.
All right, I understand that, but listen, nobody cares. Everybody understands that you're new to the controls and you're new to these games, and nobody gives a shit.
Now let me.
Nobody gives a shit.
This is very.
Get in there and mash some buttons. If you run out of health, then you that's gaming. It's that's life, you know. But
imitate what I've seen online, which is sometimes FMG will just kind of sit here and figure out what these different things do.
Yeah, take a second here.
So maybe I'll just
take a second here.
Where's the grab a beverage button? All right, no.
That does not exist. So let's dispel that from your mind, okay?
All right, now here we go. Combo. There.
See, there you go. Yeah. Well, let me know if you have any questions about the buttons, because I can help you with that too.
Well, there's one labeled A. Look, I'm gonna be flat out honest. And this is what we were talking earlier about AWSD.
WASD, yeah. WASD.
And that's what got me in so much trouble, because I just keep mashing all the buttons together.
Hey, let's take a moment here to power up Uncle FMG with some supportive epic shakes, some in the chats, some let's go Uncle FMG, we're gaming, we're having a good time. Who cares if you run out of HP? It doesn't matter. We're just trying to have fun. Nobody's judging you. This is a cool zone with people on the internet who are cool, and let's just have it. Look at that. That was sick. That was actually like an insane play, too. That was crazy. Some hearts in the chat, some nice moves in the chat. Look at the chat lighting up. I mean, I know you're focusing on the gameplay, but I'm telling you, everybody's doing, sending positive reinforcements over here. These are good guys we got here. These are good guys. Yeah. Yes, Dillons. Yes. Come on. You're doing it. You're gaming. People understand it's a process. Nobody's expecting you to one-shot in the first. I mean, especially because I'm, losing on certain levels. I'm having to focus up. I'm having to lean in a little bit, I'm having to get some gaming. I'm sweating a little bit when it comes to game. And you're figuring it out. Look at you go. You're figuring it out. Yeah, cut him down. Cut him down, Legolas. There you go. Yo. You just did it. You just did it.
I was told there was a beer around here.
A deer?
Beer.
No, you got to get to the tavern level. The tavern minigame.
All right,
I think you...
You want me to break through the...
Yeah, there you go. It just gives an automatic camera change
good.
there.
Nothing like a narrow area, dude.
You're good. You're good.
You know what I keep looking for, which is funny? Is a crouch.
You're trying to sneak around.
Right?
You're trying to crouch down.
It's total zomboid. Like, okay, can I sneak around?
He's in Project Zomboid mode. Whoa, behind you!
You fracking mother!
Surprise! Surprise, motherfucker!
Oh.
That's okay.
Really?
Yeah, maybe.
You want some of this?
Oh, he just went in and
Apparently
swing and
he
swing
did.
and swing. There you go. That's the heavy charge up. Hell yeah. Oh, he does a big stand-up attack. Oh,
Boy,
my God.
he sure does. Hello, any greenies? Greenies, I'm looking for greenies.
No, fight him. There you go. Good kick! Oh, he blocked it. Oh, my God.
Come on, baby.
Nice try. Get some NTs going for Uncle FMG. It was legit a nice try. All right? And guess what? You might have been worried about failing. You might have not been sure. But guess what? You fucking sent it, and you did it anyways. And that's all that we care about. All right? Let's go, Uncle FMG!
And my hair was out of place.
Let's
so
go!
I was self-conscious.
All right?
Despite Boromir's
Nice try.
Thank you, chat.
Nice try, Uncle FMG.
But we would not abandon our companions to torment and death. For days we followed their
That was
trail.
just a great
Finally
sort
led
of
us to find
move
forest.
to leave the marker for Strider, who is the tracker.
Love that. That was so cool.
It's full of memory.
Boss the boss,
the
good to
boss,
see ya.
man. 'Tis a gift. Bringing in 5 gifted subs. Gifting gifter in the chat. Thank you for the gifts. Enjoy the subs if you got them.
And while I'm on screen, I just want to mention this nice merch that I was available to purchase online.
Uncle FMG is always ready to push the merch in the chat, out of the chat.
It's merch
a
like
Uncle
that
FMG
that allows
classic.
disadvantaged boys like me to have an opportunity to participate in positive reinforcing environments like this.
That's right.
So your merch purchase today can help other boys like me.
Listen, here's the thing, guys. If you think the merch is cool, check it out. If not, totally understandable. Uncle FMG loves promoting that merch, though. He's going full Uncle. Listen, you actually did better at this part than I did. I'm fucking getting slaughtered here. I'm getting slaughtered! I can't get... No way. Holy shit. Oh, my God.
It's from a different angle.
Oh, my God. Hold on. This is very cinematic, but I like also can't...
excellent. Excellent. It's like Bill and Ted.
Holy shit.
Yeah, when you hit that, then...
All right, we know this guy's dropping down. Legolas, take him down!
He has some arrows stuck in him. Are those yours? You may want to reclaim them.
There we go. We got him. We got him.
Hey, can my controller screw up you? Let's see.
What? He goes from promoting merch to trying to mess me up in the game. You never know what you're gonna get. Okay, would they have a cave troll again?
He's more of a forest troll.
They've got... That's a good point. They look exactly the same. Was that
Well, there's
was that
not a-
racist of me to say that?
No, there's not a lot
Okay.
of sunshine involved with either the forest or the cave. Because have you seen some of the forest?
Am I getting
in
canceled for
Middle-earth?
saying that? They look the same?
No.
Oh my God. What are we
However,
supposed to do?
let me ask you this: did the other one have the? I don't think the other one had the leather strap to hold.
I don't
his,
think so either.
Which would make him a woodland troll in my book. But
Game over, man. Game over.
why did you quit?
So it looks like versus that one, you can only do one fierce attack, and then he follows up. You don't get a stun. He kind of just hits you. You want to try again, Uncle FMG?
For those of you who aren't aware, this will be a 36-hour stream while we try and get through.
This is a brutal word. Yeah, this is on normal. This is crazy.
And
this is crazy.
I want to check my...
Hold on, you're on exit menu, just to be clear, just to make sure that...
I was check. I'm not wearing my Apple Watch, so I'm really not getting exercise credit for all the leg kicks and things that I'm doing. So that's going to be...
Yeah, if we had the full... There we go. Maybe they can see it now like this. You can see more of the Uncle FMG immersive movements. Oh, it gave us a little checkpoint, so that's nice. They have a forest troll.
Run away, brave, brave Sir Robin. Sir Robin ran away. There's a reference. Come on. Somebody will get it.
Monty Python and
that was easy.
And the Lord of the Rings.
Monty Python.
Monty Python's The Lord of the Rings. I would love to see that version. Brave Sir Frodo.
We're part of an autonomous collective.
Oh,
really?
Shit.
Here's where not knowing the controls hurts. Like in any other game,
I think this is a game that you can hack and slash. That's the point of a hack and slash. You can mash. Hack and slash and mash. Obviously, it rewards you for knowing the combos. I think on normal it wants you to make sure you do fierce attacks, which is the top button.
Yeah, I'm trying.
See how it doesn't stun him as much?
Yeah.
It's a tough fight. It's a tough fight.
The great thing about fertilizer is...
Well, I don't know. Do tell. The Eye of Sauron. Hey, did you guys see that? Just wanted to make sure you didn't miss the Eye of Sauron. Uncle FMG and I really both want you to... We want to... Because you guys, we know, are such good gamers and you would never see the game over screen, so we want to make sure... It's our duty as content creators here to make sure that you guys get a chance to see every bit of this game, and including the...
And on Animal Planet Island, I just want you to know how to fertilize your turnips. And I would use dead Legolas as being a nutrient-rich...
Oh.
Thank you.
That's what you were talking about? Wow. That's the deepest reference you've actually ever made.
Oh, no. It's not.
Except for, no, it's not. Okay, maybe it's about tapping the see, then we can back off. Uh-oh. We gotta bait out the... Uh-oh. I'm telling you guys, this is insane. Also, the camera's not doing us any favors. Yes!
Nice!
Holy shit, this game's crazy.
That's what happens when a gamer games. Here's a reference for you folks. Good luck.
Let's go.
I'm dealing with a very difficult situation here.
Yeah, tell him.
Now that is so generic, but the way you hear the actor deliver it, you'll never forget it.
Yes. Oh, are you doing another... Oh, are you doing another reference?
I did do another reference.
Okay, okay, all right. I wasn't sure, but that was another...
I'm trying to deal with a very difficult situation here.
Uh-oh. Oh. I'm sure we got a checkpoint there. Dude, it takes such a long time to charge up the fierce attack. You want to try this?
No.
Okay. Hey guys, just quick, just wanted to show you guys the Eye of Sauron there.
Just in case you hadn't seen it in part of the movies.
Yeah. Oh, they got us fighting the cave troll again? Are you
really?
kidding me?
I grow weary of him.
Oh my god. I don't think I can block those, so and then see how sometimes it, like, the second attack doesn't even go through, so it's like, okay, first attack and then back off. And then I don't think light attacks will do anything because he's too heavy. I'll try a light attack. No, it just bounces off. Oh! Whoa! Oh my god.
That's getting up close and personal.
That's what I get for trying a light attack, I guess. Here we go.
And for all the times I told you in the chat that maybe if you just try and hugged them and made up, I now realize the folly of that suggestion.
Yeah. Yeah. At least in this game, you know, you can still keep trying to tell me that. There will be a game where it works. Okay, we got him. So that's good.
And
we have a strat now, too.
Nevermore. Nevermore.
We have a strat. Let's try a charged up attack on multiple enemies here instead of shooting
Looks
the
like
arrows.
meat's back on the menu, boys.
Like back on the menu, boys. Looks like the menu's back on the menu, boys.
What about their legs? They don't need them.
Yeah. Here we go.
Now we have some sport.
That was a nice charge up on that.
The problem is the charge up like attacks forward and backwards, but it's like, how?
Oh.
They're kind of out front, so it's like.
Their legs, they won't need eating those.
What are we supposed to do here?
Kill all the enemies.
The heavies. Okay, there we go. Oh, wow. Oh, we got HP. Let's go. I think I'm missing like another shield breaking attack that I need to learn.
Whoever said it earlier, that is definitely the Urukai theme, right?
Yeah. Damn. Damn. There we go.
Excellent.
Man, they would start tanking those arrows. Okay. Ba 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 ba. There's the block coming into play. These are new enemies. Oh my god. No. And there's health right there too.
Wait, he's what's his name? Isn't he?
The certain orc that is not the Urukai, but just the orc that was in the movie. I don't know his name, but
he was like not a human, and he wasn't an elf, but he wasn't a dwarf, but he was a bad guy.
Oh no, it's not that guy.
Well,
no, the guy from. I don't know who you're talking about, so I'm guessing. I don't know who. You say is that the one guy? What guy?
Fast Times at Ridgemont. No.
Later,
Good
Griff.
night, Griff
Thanks,
Mac.
man. See you, dude.
So if you can max out the perfect meter, you'll one-shot shields and certain enemies.
Okay. Just max it out.
And by the way, that is a perfect example of not backseat gaming, because this is not one of those games
No, this
where
is.
you're going through it for the first time.
No, who
and
cares? It's a
experiencing
mechanic.
it, and it's like a stream thing. This is just hanging out in the retro lab and having fun.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, of course.
that's my take.
That is correct. Plus, somebody mentioned that earlier, and it might have been Pizza Dude. I remembered that. I don't think I called it out though, but I saw that. I did see that. The problem is like, okay, how do you get perfect meter up versus enemies that are already shield? So like, that's the.
Well, you push the right buttons in the right order.
Oh yeah, of course.
Seriously?
Of course. See, just
I have to tell you this?
Oh yeah, Uncle FMG's in Twitch chat troll mode. You've been watching Twitch too long. You've learned their ways. He's been corrupted by you guys.
I will never forget the stream. You were doing Jump King.
Oh my god.
And you lamented that I had gone over to the dark side of the chat. And I was so bummed because that segment got muted for DMCA, and so all of your no, you can't go to that side.
It got accidentally muted.
Oh, all right, okay, accidentally. Yes. By the way,
yes.
Everyone, I have a bottle of Pimm's upstairs.
Yeah, of course. We always have a bottle of Pimm's before the stream starts. That's my key to streaming.
And White Russians. Well,
1 Pimm's per. That's a reference to me drinking way too much Pimm's on stream. Way too much Pimm's. For on stream, for off stream.
By the way,
the Schwasty stream.
Son of Schwasty is an original trademark owned by Uncle FMG Enterprises Incorporated. Son of Schwasty is a trademark, registered trademark, licensed trademark, copyrighted.
It is.
Son of Schwasty. And it's gotten me nowhere. No royalties. Nothing.
Well, and the Son of Schwasty is the idea is that the second Schwasty stream you call Son of Schwasty. Just to explain.
Yeah, the original Schwasty had to do with Christmas and I think
you know what? That kind of changed my life. I'm not gonna lie. Both of those streams, since then have been so FMG good on stream about my consumption of beverages. Like, it was kind of a wake-up call.
And let me just say, it wasn't like you did it all the time.
No.
But those two events, and what kills me is that here's the thing.
We had fun, but it was too much. It was too much, and it needed to be dialed back. Because it happened, it was an accident. Hey, you're making White Russians. You don't realize that there's as much liquor in there, and they're tasting good. Also, when you start getting a little bit buzzed, a little drunk, you're also kind of just like, hey, I'll just keep topping it off. And for me personally, back when I was drinking more, in my lower 20s, you kind of fall back in that routine a little bit of, oh yeah, I can just drink this much and be fine, when it's like, oh dude, you're 34 now. You're 30. Well, I guess I was like 32, 33 when these Schwasty streams happen. It's like, you can't do that.
But you also have tight buns. You're not a big guy.
Yeah.
You are you probably weigh what, 120 when you're wet?
No, I weigh like 140.
But
when
I remember those streams specifically because I logged off and I'm like,
You love golf?
No, I logged off. Like, I left the stream.
Oh, you logged off. I was like,
I'm like,
I love golf, so I gotta go golf right now.
I'm like, And so I always felt like, no, if you just stayed there. But it wouldn't,
Oh, yeah, because you missed it. You missed the end of the...
Well,
and here's what happened. Is
one I did, one I did.
Here's what actually happened. Let's just make sure that this is clear.
The vibe was erased.
Zoom. Okay, so... I drank too much, but also chat drank so much, and they were wasted. And to protect them from themselves, I deleted the VOD to protect the chat from...
That's right. There were a number of drunken chat
There were so many Schwasted Dylans in the chat, and I was like, well, it's in their best interest.
Senate hearings were being convened.
Yeah. So you guys, you're welcome. You're welcome. No problem.
Hey, why did we fall, Master Bruce?
Because we drank too much on stream and got Schwasted.
Because we were trying to avoid tripping over the pins.
I will say those drinks were tasting so damn good. That's what's dangerous about... Where the hell am I supposed to go? Oh, there we go. Okay. You don't remember any of this? That's because you were so drunk, Deli Lord. Again, we're talking about streams that happened years ago. And it's honestly like, I don't know if anybody... I think I just dreamed that, and then people went on and on about it, and like there's... I don't even know if that actually even happened, is what I'm going to go with. I don't think that, people keep bringing it up, but I think it's just turned into this tale. A tale as old as time, and...
Right? And I wanted to write a song about it.
Song as old as rhyme, and...
I want to make a cartoon.
Yeah. Yeah, there'll be a musical about it.
Dinosaurs, maybe? I don't know.
Hey, that's a big reason right there. Coffee. It can run in the family for sure. It can be. Yeah, just I'm a moderation guy. Everything in my. Are we going the right way? Oh yeah, because I fought the cave troll here and then I turned it around. Okay, that's my B.
Moderation in all things except moderation.
Except for moderation. Correct. That is correct. Legolas, take him down! Yes!
Legolas has tight buns.
Tight buns. Correct.
Oh, yeah. Those are the... It's the orcs versus the Uruk-hai, and help me out here, chat.
Yeah.
Because when they go and report to him, the little Shreks look one way, as opposed to the
Big
ones
block.
that Saruman creates.
There's the orcs and the Uruk-hai. The Uruk-hai are like the big muscly ones, and then the orcs are like the smaller ones.
Yeah, and somebody correct. I think there are actually 3 different breeds of orcs, but someone correct me.
Yeah, help us out. I don't know. I'm sure there are. There's like ones that were elves that were modified over the years, and then there's the ones that I think the Uruk-hai they make like in the ground or something. They like are. I don't know, they like make them out of mud.
It's almost like me revealing the layers of my metamorphosis today.
That's right. Yeah, that was back at the beginning of the stream, you guys. There was a multi-layered reveal of different versions of Uncle FMG.
Nice.
Excellent, 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 excellent.
I mean,
excellent.
Legolas is such a badass.
Excellent, excellent. We're doing it, guys. We're gaming.
You know, I could see him doing like a Fred Flintstone thing, going down.
Oh,
down
God.
the Brontosaurus when the bell rings. Like, hey, we're off work.
I never put that together.
Well, that's a bit obtuse and half.
No, I like
don't know
that.
what the hell I'm talking about.
I get it. You gotta go. That's a Return of the King thing where he slides off. He goes full CGI mode.
Yep.
This full crazy CGI. So the key versus these is to not spam attack, but to give it a little time in between so you can keep stun locking them, like so.
For lack of any better reference,
I understand the parameters. You see this?
Yeah, I'm looking at it. Like the phaser in Dark Shadows, you have to let your phaser recharge.
That's right.
Before you pull it again.
Yes, you do. They reward the pause. Nice.
Well, much like
nice. Game
Qui-Gon
list.
Jinn takes a knee.
Oh, wait, are they gonna
What do you see,
go back to the movie here?
The White Wizard. Saruman.
Saruman.
The great forest, many paths converged.
The Return of Gandalf.
Gandalf. I'm Gandalf the White.
It cannot be. There is a union now between the 2 towers, Orthanc and Barad-dûr.
The music, the music, the music.
That shot right there, though. The epic landscapes.
Okay,
oh
on this
my
one right
God.
here, that was an actual hill. The building on top was the CGI, but
no, they built some buildings.
I know they did, but that
Okay.
particular shot,
Yeah.
they put the CGI building on top of it.
Okay.
Cool. I mean, just
really cool. Whoa. Ooh.
I've given up on a nuclear bunker. I just want a little hobbit hole,
Yeah.
someplace.
Nice and cozy, right?
Right. I have some mead.
Mm-hmm. Handed arrows. do
Dwarves to throw
ghastly
plates
damage.
around.
Do ghastly damage. That seems good. Let's do that. Instant
See, this
killing and
is-
attacking up. B-A-R-A. Take them by surprise. We can't afford that. Charge attack. Whoa.
Now tell me this, Futureman game. How do these fighting game level up, choosing what you want to do, compare to, say, in the card game? All right, what kind of card do I want to use here? Select. How am I going to use my points?
Yeah, it's a similar style. It's a similar train of thought in the sense that in the game that you're referencing, Inscription, you're thinking what cards synergize with other cards. In this game, it's more about ultimately you just are getting everything, and each attack, though, is useful in different scenarios, much like each card would be useful versus different enemies. And so that's where, even though these games play completely different, there's the similarity in you need to strategize about your selection. So that's the link, and that's where it's like that transfers across tons of games and is ultimately one of the most satisfying things in gaming, like leveling up, selecting different things,
and choosing
using
when
different
to
things.
Use what?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, am I going to waste this now, or I'm going to hold this for later?
Yeah, and in this you can't, waste like anything in particular.
Oh, I can waste Elrond's Gambit if I want to. Don't you tell me what I can't.
Because this isn't a one and done. This is more just you unlock it and it gives you more potential for success. Or you can just keep mashing buttons in a game like this. So that's kind of the idea there.
Mashing buttons? I would know nothing about that.
No, you are precise.
I've hit the buttons precisely when I mean to.
Yeah, if we had a controller camera on Uncle FMG's ham, it would be like, just like mashing, just like a wave across the different buttons.
At least I wouldn't be running into the wall.
Yeah,
oh, wait, I did.
No, you didn't do that. You're doing all right. You're doing great. Continue. Here we go.
I love combos. It's a large fry with a double cheeseburger, maybe a large Diet Coke, because I'm watching my weight, and then some sort of dessert. That's a combo.
A nice combo meal. I don't get the combos because I don't drink a lot of soda. So what I end up doing is getting a burger with just fries because I don't drink the soda.
Yep.
I don't drink the soda. So why would I buy the soda if I don't drink the soda? And I think
I'm going to blow your mind here.
Sometimes I don't know if it costs me more or if I'm actually...
It does cost you more, and that's why I'm going to blow your mind.
God damn it.
Get the combo with a water instead of a soda.
Oh, right.
And that's going to reduce the cost.
Yeah.
And then you can take that water and you can pour it on some poor sapling.
Of course, yeah.
And give back. Take a couple carbon credits.
Give back to society.
I'm telling you.
Okay. I also don't get like fast food.
You don't go to fast food that.
Yeah,
I mean,
not really.
No.
Not too often.
You go to what do they call it? Fast casual.
Yeah.
Before our long journey brought us
or
to
Uncle DoorDash.
That's where you bring toasted raviolis over.
Your people were already in great peril.
Those two kids get a little bit more extended treatment in the extended.
You want to give it a shot?
No, I actually want to
just chill.
Talk to one of the producers.
Yeah, talk to one of the producers. Go for it.
All right.
Uncle FMG.
Yeah.
Do what you need to do, Uncle FMG.
Are you playing as Gandalf now?
No, not in this game. Unless they open that up later. That was pretty cool, Gandalf. I do remember playing as Gandalf in the other game, though, so...
Oh, the other multiplayer game that we're not playing?
Yes,
Okay,
that
good.
is correct.
I wanted to get
That
my,
is correct.
I wanted to get my parameters
because it's
straight.
the game after this.
Oh.
Because it takes place. Nice, Gandalf. We did update our bows, so ow. I think that's an attack, or I think I block and then I attack to.
Good night, Doobs.
Later, Doobie.
Good seeing you.
Doobie doobie doo.
Absolutely, I've only
Shit.
brought them today and then the
Every other day, yeah.
Had some last night in between.
I am needed elsewhere.
I actually have failed on my every single day of Toasted Rav this trip, but I'm trying by multiples to average out to one.
Yeah, Uncle FMG. I just wait till you come to town to get Toasted Ravs, really. Ow. What are we supposed to do here?
And I get them from a variety of places.
Yeah, you mix it up. Toasted ravioli. Ow. Oh, shit. Help, Legolas! Damn. Again, the camera. Hello, camera guy.
Ant-Man Prime, what is the third age?
Yeah, it's been mentioned a couple times, and I'm actually very curious because I've never even heard of it, and we have it on our GameCube here. How do I do the finisher? Whoa, cool. That's pretty tight. It is on GameCube. We do have it. Oh yeah, people already said, and I forgot. They say it's like Final Fantasy. So I guess it's a turn-based RPG Lord of the Rings game? Legolas, take him down! Legolas!
No carpal tunnel there.
Seriously, take him down!
What was that game you were playing where they got stuck in the fire? It was a bug in the game, and they kept like, oh my god.
I am trying to think, because there have been a lot of bugs in a lot of games.
And they kept running around, and because you were able to light them on fire. Dying Light, yep. Thank you.
Oh, Dying
It was a
Light.
great bug. Much humor was had there.
Bugs will never go away, and it's incredible. They're just some of the best moments are from those bugs. So good.
And
I love if it's not game breaking, it just can. Oh, I guess the villagers died or something.
What we had to say? What is this? I thought only I had to survive. What's with these other people?
Yeah, I don't know what the hell happened.
They got water. They got places to go.
They got water. They got places to go. What the hell was that? Oh, they have a health bar. Oh,
great!
Shit.
Do they have one of those double frappo mango latte, non-organic, soy, seaweed?
I think that's implied, Uncle FMG. Yeah, I think that's actually implied that they have that. Yeah.
Is it vegan?
That I do not know.
All right.
So this is Rohan. Oh yeah, hell yeah. So I don't even think this is a scene in the movie. Is it? Because I'm thinking they like. It's kind of fun to see how developers will again use. Yes, it is in the movie. They run up in here and fight the orcs that are. Dude, I don't think this is in. I don't think this is. Yeah, I don't think this is in the movie. Guys, is it in the movie? I don't know.
I mean, I remember this in Brave.
Right.
But-
Yeah, of course. Charging it up. Gandalf's holding it back. God, the range on that's not very good. Ooh, that's cool. Okay, perfect. Let's go.
You must press on. I am needed elsewhere.
Well, I played GoldenEye, you know, last month. I forgot, but thank you for reminding me, Uncle FMG. Yeah, I think I hit that, yeah. And there's like certain levels in that game that are minor parts of the movie or are just a very quick scene that they then extend into a full level that still makes sense within the context of the story, but they're like, we gotta make a game out of this. And so I'm thinking, is this a scene where it's like, yeah, it would make sense that they would go in here and do this, but they didn't exactly show it in the movie, is what I'm wondering.
I mean, that's exactly what I was just thinking. That when they come and attack the village, and the kids run off on horseback.
Yeah. I don't know.
But
I do not know. Come on.
I'm not rarely
go.
wrong, but when I am, I'm spectacularly wrong.
You're all the way wrong. Okay, the villager's health bar.
But we've got a lot of yes and no's going on in the chat.
Yeah, they don't know. Huh?
I'm just saying I don't remember Gandalf running into little farm on the prairie here and
Yeah, I don't think that it was. And I don't think it was. Some leave by the advice, but the leader won't leave and many stay and die?
Yeah, that was
Wait,
not
is
in the
this
movie.
maybe is this it? But then did Legolas and Gandalf show up there?
All right, there's the house, but
This
that
is
doesn't
clearly
mean the inside.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. The two kids leave, but they don't show the battle within.
They just... So maybe the idea is that...
Which goes to your point of extending the game consistent with the movie.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all good.
Yeah.
I mean, no one here is saying that you can't launch rockets into space in the 18th century. I mean,
Nobody's saying that.
Nobody's saying that.
It's more just, I'm curious. Just curious of how the devs decided to incorporate more content into their game, you know?
And if the castle wants to take the king, I would recommend checking the rook and the bishop.
That's our first chess joke in a long time, Uncle FMG. Love it. Let's charge it up. Come on. There we go.
A week doesn't go by when I don't use the phrase I'm playing chess and they're playing checkers. So.
What about 4D chess? You ever play that?
Since Spock played 3D chess, I never made it to 4D.
Okay, you stopped at 3D. Fair enough.
And I still think that during your inscription, I still think my joke about let the rookie win was a good joke because you had the animated people moving over the board and it was very reminiscent of the chess game.
Uncle FMG with the most deepest callbacks, the most referencey, deepest. Does anybody know what Uncle FMG's referencing here?
What the
this
hell?
is the deepest.
What the hell's an aluminum falcon? Hey.
I don't even know if I remember you saying that, Uncle FMG. There's a lot of things that get said by a lot of people in the chats. I can't remember every single...
That's the problem with being brevity challenged, okay? And I'm not asking you to remember it. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'm not asking you to say it. I'm asking somebody who heard the joke to finally give me something.
Does anybody remember 3 months ago when Uncle FMG said this one comment in the chat? Does anybody
Look, those laughs get
What?
Those laughs get gifts.
That's all Uncle FMG's looking for. He literally comes on the stream to get his comments validated. Oh my gosh, Uncle FMG. This is guys, I don't remember this game being so fucking hard. Oh my god. See, what are we supposed? Maybe I gotta like. Are we stepping in the fire? We're getting. Okay, there we go. Some health. Nice. There we go. Come on. Heavy. Heavy. Nice. Alright, we're doing it. Get us out. Hurry. Okay. We go like that. And then we get up there and we help the civilians. We gotta go fast. We need a full, like, lore book. Oh, heavy. Yeah, we need a full, like, super detailed FMG lore book. We want many, 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 many chapters. And oh, that guy's on fire. You okay, dude? Oh, no. He did not stop and drop and roll. That's what you're supposed to do. He stood and burned instead. They say do not do that. God damn it, dude. This game is so hard. You just killed me. I mean, I was spamming attack, then I was spamming block, then I was spamming attack. Game over, man. Game over. This game's brutal. Alright. There's the eye. Game over, man. Game over. I gotta, like, freaking sweat and focus to play this game. I also feel like we've unlocked some moves, and maybe I'm not remembering. It's like AXR. AXR. There's like certain attacks to do versus certain enemies. Like, when is the kick attack? Oh my god. Kick? And then heavy, heavy? I mean, I guess I could just block more. There we go. There you go, Gandalf.
We must save everyone that we can.
Two Towers was much harder than Return of the King. We're also playing on normal, so... I mean, your point still stands, but, yeah. Normal's pretty tough. So we could have put it on easy, and maybe easy would be a breeze. Oh my god, we got some health. Nice.
£6 8-ounce baby Jesus. Get that one.
You must press on. I am needed elsewhere.
Yeah.
The outfit kind of reminds me of it.
Yeah, get that reference, guys. I don't get it.
You pray to whether Jesus you want. I want to pray to the baby.
I'm gonna pray to RN Jesus. Do you get that reference?
It's a Futureman reference.
No, it's more of a gaming thing. So there's a thing called RNG, random number generator.
Right, yes. I used those when I was a programmer.
So people say RN Jesus, you pray to RN Jesus, you pray into RNG.
I would one of the programs that I wrote, which was a space travel simulator, where you had to make a series of decisions, and basically I would use an RNG to determine the probability of whether you would enter into a asteroid field or some sort of black hole, time warp, whatever.
Sure.
There was a percentage of probability, but the RNG ain't up to me, baby.
Yeah, you gotta just leave it a little bit up to chance sometimes, right?
Absolutely. And Aggro Kyle, don't forget to bless Taco Bell. And yes, that would be Ricky Bobby.
There it is. I've never seen that movie, actually.
I have a theory about Will Ferrell movies.
Yeah.
Some of them, you just don't like the first time around, and then Step Brothers would be one. Now I love Step Brother.
Took a second viewing for you to sort of get it, or Or to like it, I should say, not get it, but
or to appreciate the humor and the type of humor that is Will Ferrell. Like, these guys are not going.
I missed
for the Oscar, right?
Oh, no way.
And there is a certain almost in an Adam Sandler kind of way, like, okay, I did The Wedding Singer, I did this, I did that.
Billy
but
Madison.
Will Ferrell, if you take Will Ferrell from his appearance on The Office to Will Ferrell in any number of different varieties, he just does this one thing very, very well.
Oh, yeah.
It's sincere idiocy.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Old school, Anchorman, Step Brothers.
We're going to streak the quad.
Oh, my gosh.
Frank the Tank, baby.
You're my boy, Blue.
By the way, any similarities between Uncle FMG and Frank the Tank are completely unrelated.
All right, we've made progress. This is the furthest we've ever gotten. I've never tried harder in any video game my entire life. This is insane.
Oh, no. No, never. Because Death Stranding was a pussy walk compared to this.
Yeah, right.
And I meant herding cats. Anyway,
herding cats?
By pussy walk.
Oh,
I didn't want anybody
okay.
I didn't want to take the wrong impression.
Thank you for clarifying, Uncle FMG.
This is a family stream.
Yes, everybody's gathered around with their grandparents and great-grandparents and the younglings. And the younglings, yeah. Right, guys?
That is Step Brothers. Did you put your balls on my drum?
4 generations viewing together here, yeah. Gam Gam. Gam Gam.
Gammy's gonna die now.
Gam
Okay,
Gam.
bye-bye.
Oh, come on, Gandalf. Let's do this shit.
I never saw Zoolander.
Wait, so you're telling me you haven't seen Billy Madison or Zoolander?
Right. Hell, I never actually. Here we go. Here's a FMG.
Yeah.
I never watched.
Okay, now I know how to do the bottom, the down stab. Oh shit. Shit. You cannot run away.
Why did you die then?
Just wanted to see if there's actually a really rare glitch that you can get that looks cool, but it's 1 milliframe.
But there's also the difference between that red against different backgrounds, and so you get to see different hues of the colors that they're using.
Thank you for explaining, Uncle FMG. Guys, I think we're going to wrap it up right there. We are calling it.
I told you we would never get to the PvP. I told you.
The co-op, you mean?
Yeah, whatever that is.
That's because we can't beat this game. It'd be too quick if we beat this game now. I have to play Lord of the Rings. I have to mix Lord of the Rings games in up until the show coming out. So it's actually a strategic stall.
It's a
by
pacing.
yours truly.
It's pacing.
It's pacing. It's strategically stalling. Guys, there will be more of this game. We'll probably finish it off at some point in time. We're going to have to play the Return of the King. We're going to have to play Shadow of War. We're going to have to play Shadow of Mordor. The plan is to really get some Lord of the Rings content going. Tonight was the first night, a special glimpse, a special look into the future with our very special guest. Please give it up. Get some epic shakes going. Get some in the chats going. Get some, yeah, Uncle FMG. It was good having you going in the chat. Give it up for Uncle FMG. Ladies Uncle FMG, everybody.
I'm just a simple couch potato making my way in the retro lab.
All the love, Uncle FMG. Thank you for your support on the stream and off the stream, as always. you guys will see him back in the chat. And then, do you have a plan for a return yet, or is it? Because sometimes you already know when you're coming back, so I figured I'd just ask.
Yeah, this screwed up my 4-month plan, but in the same sense, it also. So yes, I am currently working on logistics for Labor Day weekend. Thanksgiving is a gibbon.
Nice, nice.
By the way, look up gibbon. By the way, gibbon is a breed of ape that
of goat.
The females control, and they do not fight each other. But it's a gibbon versus it's a gibbon has always been a very esoteric joke of mine. Anyway, so it's a gibbon. I will be here over Thanksgiving, and I'm trying to do Labor Day, and depending on how the Cardinals do in the World Series, I may or in the playoffs, I may because I have use or lose vacation days, and as my gameplay clearly demonstrates, I don't like to lose.
That's right, and you never lose, because guess what? You didn't lose. You were just working towards winning. That's a part of the process of winning, and that is what Uncle FMG does. He's got nice moves. He's got epic shakes. He is Uncle FMG.
And prior to the stream, if I may just say, I got a couple heavy military backpacks. I have filled them up with 308 cartridges, 308 rounds. I'm going to try out the 45 automatics. I got my shotgun shells. I got more 9mm I know do with, and I am just going to go on a car-raging slaughter of some zomboids to protect Kentucky.
If you're looking for somebody to play Project Zomboid with, hit up Uncle FMG. He'll be in the Discord. He'll be in the chat. My name's Futureman. Guys, I'll be back tomorrow for episode 11 of the Retro Lab podcast. We'll be right here talking video games with my co-host Mad Dog Mike and Pizza Dude. Thank you to the mods. Thank you to the in the chatters. Thank you to the
thank you everybody.
Subs, gifted subs, bits coming through. Just the excellent vibe in the chat. Lurkers, thanks for lurking it up. Much love, everybody. Thank you guys for everything. I'll see you in the future.
Thank you, sir.
Future.
Everybody.
Now, I'm going to have to go, like, awkwardly. Now we're going to have to, like, kind of, like, stand up, and I'm going to have to go over there.
Oh, wait, but we have
the button, like, isn't working. So pretend that, like, I turned the music up right now, guys, and then I faded out. Like, the production just faded out, and that this isn't broken right now, and it's not working. Like, oh, dude, it worked.
All right, I just nice buns, something.
I got it. I just hit another random button. We're doing it.
That's how I play the game. Hit a random button.
We'll see you guys later. Good night. Goodbye. See you later.
Do I have to give the clothes back?
Great fun.